Morning all. I declare this hearing open of the Senate Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport References Committee inquiry into regional aviation. I'm the Acting Chair, Senator Richard Colbeck. I'm joined by Senator Bridget McKenzie, Senator Josh Delegar, Senator Jackie Lambie and Senator Peter Whish-Wilson. These are public proceedings being audio streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have the right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I remind any committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference today, teleconference, and who are not speaking to mute their microphones, remember to unmute when they are called upon. I now welcome Mayor Mary Dunniam. Thank you for hosting the committee here at Wynyard today. I welcome Flinders Island Mayor Ms Rachel Summers and Mr Groves, and thank you for coming off the island again today. Great to see you, Rachel. I also call Mr Philip Reid from the Cradle Coast Authority. Welcome, Philip. Now, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you all. For the Hansard record, can I ask you to state your full name, your names, and the capacity in which you appear today? I'll start with you, Mr Reid, and head across the table.
Philip Reid, the CEO of Cradle Coast Authority.
Thank you. Mary.
Dr Mary Dunniam, Mayor of Warrato Wynyard Council.
Rachel Summers, Mayor of Flinders Council.
And Warren Groves, General Manager of Flinders Council.
Thank you all. Now, if you would like to make an opening statement, I'd invite you to do that now. I'll start with you, Mr Reid, and then we'll go across the table, and then we'll go to questions. Just before we start, and for there may be some colleagues who wish to take some photos or some video today. I'm assuming that witnesses will be okay with that. I've already checked with Senate colleagues and they're okay, but just for everybody's information, that may be occurring during the proceedings today. Thank you. Mr Reid.
Thank you, Acting Chair, and thank you, Committee, for the opportunity to provide evidence today. I'm appearing on behalf of the Cradle Coast Authority, representing councils and communities across North West and West Tasmania. For our region, aviation is essential infrastructure. Bass Strait separation, long surface travel times and our reliance on timely access to the mainland mean that air services are fundamental to healthcare access, workforce mobility, tourism, business activity and emergency response. We're increasingly concerned about the reliability, frequency and affordability of regional air services. North West and West Tasmania is entering a period of significant economic transition. Major projects in renewable energy, mining, government infrastructure and associated supply chains are either underway or proposed. These projects will generate substantial demand in FIFO workers, specialist contractors and business travel. At the same time, the region is seeking to grow high value tourism, building on assets such as Cradle Mountain, the Tasmanian Wilderness World Heritage Area and Devonport's recognition as Australia's top tourism town in 2024. Whether these opportunities can be realised depends heavily on aviation capacity and reliability. Councils are seeing growing uncertainty in flight schedules, service frequency and pricing. In a regional context, Even small reductions in services have disproportionate impacts. Poorly timed or reduced flights increase accommodation and travel costs, limit access to medical and business services, and undermine confidence in regional airports. Over time, this suppresses demand and weakens service viability. Competition is critical. Uncertainty around Rex Airlines and the confirmed withdrawal of Sharp Airlines' direct Melbourne to King Island service illustrate how fragile thin regional routes can be. For King Island in particular, the loss of a direct mainland connection affects tourism, freight, access to essential services and community wellbeing. These are not discretionary routes, they're essential links. These pressures are compounded by structural inequities in the aviation system. Federally mandated security and regulatory costs are applied uniformly, regardless of passenger volumes. While these requirements serve national objectives, the cost burden falls disproportionately on regional airports and passengers, directly inflating fares and threatening service sustainability. Our position is that regional aviation must be treated as essential national infrastructure, not simply as a market outcome. That requires fairer national cost sharing of mandated security costs, mechanisms to safeguard essential services where market failure risks are evident, support for competition and affordability, and stronger alignment between aviation policy, tourism promotion and regional development planning. We welcome the inquiry and look forward to assisting the committee further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. Mayor Dunningham.
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. Good morning, and thank you all for visiting the loveliest town in Australia. I thank you for the opportunity to address the committee on this important subject this morning. Primarily, reliable air transport is critical to the current and future connectivity, resilience and economic growth of our region, the northwest coast, or northwest of Tasmania. Isolation is a key factor in not just preserving Burnie Airport, but identifying possible upgrades to support the potential massive infrastructure in our region, from renewables to mining and data centres. It is likely that these imminent major projects will require sourcing of their workforces from other states, with heavy reliance on fly-in, fly-out workers. It should be noted that in very recent times, the Elphinstone Group workforce travel frequently on a fly-in, fly-out basis to King Island to assist in the production of one of the highest grade tungsten deposits in the world. This mine produces high-grade scheelite concentrates for defence and industry. This underscores the fact that fast, flexible and reliable services will provide certainty for investors and developers in our region. That isolation, including our clean air, unspoilt beaches and native forests, are now a major tourism attractor for people seeking to escape bright lights and busy cities to recharge in peace and quiet. The recent announcement by Sharp Airlines that from April it will no longer fly between King Island and Melbourne without a government subsidy makes us anxious for the future viability of our services to our regional airports. In that context, we must not only maintain but improve the capacity of our regional airports that provide a vital connection to the mainland. Excuse me. Consistency and stability in services and pricing has not always been a consideration of local services, with tighter schedules making it sometimes difficult to secure seats and limited travel options impacting on tourism and medical appointments. All of this leads to unnecessary uncertainty amongst passengers and local businesses. Airport security screening is another serious consideration for upgrading Burnie Airport in terms of our isolation and being a potential gateway for activities that may impact on passenger and location safety. My appearance here today builds on the work we are doing with the Cradle Coast Authority, which is our northwest regional body for local government, to advocate to the Tasmanian Government and Federal Government, urging these levels of government to explore all means to encourage airlines to, at the very least, maintain existing schedules and continuity of service. And we strongly hope they will decide to not only maintain but grow these services to our regional airports. That said, I recognise that regional aviation is a national issue requiring a long-term solution, and that is why I am grateful to be able to discuss this with you today. Thank you.
Ms Summers.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I represent a remote island community where aviation is not a convenience or a lifestyle choice, it is essential infrastructure. Unlike mainland communities, if flights are unavailable or unaffordable, there is no option to drive to an alternative airport or destination. It is how people access healthcare, education, employment, freight, government services, family connections and recreation. When aviation is unreliable or unaffordable, our communities don't just experience inconvenience, they experience isolation. From our perspective, the challenge facing rural, regional and remote aviation is not demand, it is cost, equity and policy design. Federally mandated security, safety and regulatory requirements are applied uniformly across the aviation sector, but the financial burden is not shared uniformly. Small regional and remote airports are required to meet the same standards as major metropolitan airports without the passenger volumes, commercial revenues or capacity to cross-subsidise those costs. The result is that compliance costs are pushed directly onto passengers through higher airfares and ultimately onto our ratepayers. This creates structural inequity. People in remote communities pay more simply to access what others take for granted. It is also important to recognise that not all island communities face the same conditions. For example, King Island at least has competition between airlines, which provides some downward pressure on fares and scheduling. Flinders Island does not. We are served by a single flight regular public transport provider, which means there is no competitive tension in pricing or service levels. The absence of competition magnifies the impact of every cost increase and service reduction. To illustrate how this plays out in practice, I want to briefly outline the situation on Flinders Island. Our air transport operations provider has recently increased fares to approximately $550 return to Launceston and $780 return to Melbourne. The Tasmanian government subsidises a set number of strategically necessary flights, and the airline provider has now reduced services to only those covered by the subsidy in order to remain commercially viable. The effect for our community is fewer flights, higher fares and no flexibility, even for essential travel. From the airport operator's perspective, and that's our council, the financial burden is significant. Whitemark Airport has cost Flinders Council $410,000 through to the end of January this year, 86% of which is depreciation. This is largely borne by our ratepayers from a total annual rates base of around $2.8 million. A substantial proportion of our community's rates revenue is therefore consumed simply in maintaining compliance. We do also receive an annual financial assistance grant through the federal government. Maintenance costs are also disproportionately high. Freight alone adds around 40% to the cost of works and materials, with every upgrade, repair or compliance activity costing more simply because of where we are. Looking ahead, the scale of required capital investment is far beyond the capacity of a small remote council. Our runways require at least $18 million in works to address CASA safety findings and compliance issues. We are currently delivering $3 million in electrical and lighting upgrades, fully funded by the state and Commonwealth governments, which we are grateful for. This is another project that has been forced by changing CASA compliance requirements. We have been advised that due to our small population, we are unlikely to be competitive for funding at the scale required for major runway works. At the same time, we are legally required to maintain compliance, and that places councils like ours in an impossible position. The impacts of these settings fall disproportionately on the vulnerable groups within our community. Almost 20% of Flinders Island population identifies as Aboriginal. For many community members, affordable and reliable air travel is essential to maintain cultural connections, attend sorry business, participate in ceremonies, access services and remain connected to family networks on the mainland. When flights are unaffordable or inflexible, cultural obligations become financially out of reach. Around 45% of our population is aged over 60. This cohort has increased medical needs and relies heavily on air travel to access specialist healthcare. For many, there comes a point where aged care must be accessed off the island. High airfares combined with reduced flight frequency, inflexible schedules, make it difficult for families to maintain regular contact. This limits the ability of older residents to remain connected to family, community and country. and places significant emotional and financial strain on both those who leave the island and those who remain. The issue extends beyond tourism or discretionary travel. High and unpredictable airfares restrict access to healthcare, undermine workforce mobility, limits youth sport, social and cultural participation, and weakens regional economies. If Australia is serious about regional development, decentralisation and equity, aviation must be treated as essential public infrastructure, not simply a commercial service. Remote airports should not be regarded as airports should be regarded as part of the national transport network, equivalent to a national highway, and funded accordingly. This means more equitable mechanisms for recovering federally mandated security and regulatory costs, serious consideration of levies or pooled funding models, funding programs that recognise remoteness rather than passenger volumes, and long-term predictable support instead of fragmented and competitive grants. Reliable and affordable aviation underpins livability, economic participation and social cohesion in rural, regional and remote communities. Without reform, we continue to see services erode, costs escalate and communities placed at risk. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you, Mayor Summers. I might just go a couple of quick ones and then I'll do some blocks amongst my colleagues. Mayor Summers, you talked about the impact on the council's budget. What proportion of your rate base would be going towards operation of the airport?
It's really hard to put it as because we do get the financial assistance grants. So we have around $4 million a year that we use for all council services that we provide. So I couldn't say a specific amount, but at least it's going to be 75%, I would say.
So 75%.
So 75% of what we spend on the airport comes from rates.
Mr. Groves, do you have the figure there, the proportion? Or can you work it out while we...
I mean, I'd be curious to understand what proportion of your annual expenditure from council goes to the airport. I mean, I think from conversations on King Island across the other end of Australia, it's something like 30% of their turnover.
Well, our airport costs us around $1.35 million a year.
Yep.
We generate around $600,000 in income from user fees and charges, which leaves close to $800,000.
And your turnover for council on an annual basis?
Our predominant income is the rates, which is $2.8 million a year.
So it's a fair slice of what
Absolutely.
you bring in. In terms of the, one of your recommendations is restoring the value of financial assistance grants. How has that changed with respect to the application to the airport or to aviation?
Council has a number of services that we provide, and we have to apportion as to need, depending, I would say, as a general comment, a disproportionate amount of our income goes towards the airport, which is a continual drain on our resources and runs at usually a $500,000 loss per year.
About, okay, $500,000. Mr. Reid, Mayor Dunniam, just in terms of the development of services into this region, from what I can understand in my conversations with the airlines, most of the work that's being done to build capacity into Tasmania is being focused on Launceston and Hobart, but as you've both indicated, there are significant developments and demand growth that's being seen in this region. Can you give me any sense of the rationale of focusing towards Launceston and Hobart when there's significant capacity demand here in the region? I think there's something like 460,000 passengers leave this region to go to Launceston every year, which doesn't seem to make sense to me when you've got two airports with growth capacity.
Thanks, Acting Chair. So it's certainly the CCA's view that the efforts, particularly from the state government, with funding targeted towards Launceston Airport, is an opportunity lost for development, particularly of Devonport and Wynyard airports. With the advent of those developments that were mentioned earlier, particularly by way of energy developments and perhaps mining developments in the near future, we see that services to these airports is increasingly critical, particularly from a worker services perspective. We have late Friday afternoon put a written submission in as well, and we also point to the need to develop the airports in the region, particularly Devonport Airport, from a tourism perspective. We see that with the efforts going towards Launceston Airport and creating that more of a hub for the visitor economy, it does not lend itself towards the regional development of the northwest. We miss an opportunity here by way of attracting visitors to come to one or the other airports in Devonport or Wynyard and giving that opportunity for a greater focus on travel within this region specifically in that regard.
Right, excuse me, a comment from me. In terms of the Devonport building its strengths around tourism, I would suggest that possibly Wynyard Airport has not considered that in any great sense until probably more recent times, with Devonport Airport being a greater focus, and Launceston, obviously, as you alluded to, the numbers that are passing through Launceston. We also have a situation of where people from the West Coast would have to travel, if they want the cheaper airfares, they go through to Launceston. Now, it's 2 or 3 hours from the West Coast to Burnie, and then they've got to drive to Launceston. So you're looking at about a 5-hour car trip before you can get on your flight to go to wherever you're wanting to go to. I think that developing Devonport as the tourism centre for the Northwest Coast is probably one of the best ways to manage that situation. However, the number of people flying out of Burnie Airport, and it has been standing room only with the fly-in, fly-out workers on occasions when I've been at the airport, and I don't fly out of Wynyard very often myself, actually. I don't fly to the mainland very often. But it is standing room only, and they're heading out to go back home, but through possibly to the other states, but also to go to King Island. And unless we meet that need, we are going to lose the capacity for our region to grow. And it worries me greatly because that affects the growth of Burnie Airport, or non-growth of Burnie Airport, will affect the West Coast as well. So unless we consider the Northwest Coast as a whole, tourism and for the business development and business interests, we will lose the capacity to generate growth within this wonderful region. And for me, it is the best region in Australia. Sorry, it doesn't matter where you come from. I've lived here a long time.
There's a couple of things here. So how do you, particularly I think probably for Cradle Coast Authority as a body that represents particularly this region, the 9 councils on the west and northwest coasts and King Island, how do you approach the fact that the focus seems to be other than here?
So we have held conversations since 2024 with the state government on a need to have a greater focus on particularly the 2 airports in our region, in Devonport and Wynyard. We see that there needs to be a greater investment on the marketing of those airports, which we understand from the state government there has been some money set aside for a marketing campaign that would seek to make more attractive tourism travel to the airports in our region. I'm yet to see that funding materialise into a campaign, but we are advised that there is some imminent work being done there. We'd also like to see some protection of the existing services. There has been a loss of some services, as I understand, in the last perhaps 6 to 12 months, which is affecting probably more so local business and their ability to travel on necessary flights out of the region. So we see any further deterioration of that schedule as being of significant impact to the region, and so we're seeking assurances from the state government in particular around the ability to protect those existing services.
Last one from me, and it goes to that your last point, in relation to attracting new routes into the region. And again, I think the focus tends to be not this neck of the woods, it's more Launceston and Hobart airports. What conversations have you had in relation to that? So expanding routes from other ports than Melbourne, which would open up further opportunities to do the things that you've both been talking about.
Acting Chair, cannot speak to any conversations. Certainly in my time in the role, which has been close to 6 months, we haven't had discussions either via the airport operators or directly with other route, if you like, destinations regarding that. We've been very focused on trying to maintain the current level of service and ensuring particularly services out of Melbourne are not lost, and particularly lost through those regional flyers, through the likes of Rex and as we've seen, with the loss of a critical route from King Island to Melbourne with Sharp Airlines. That's been our focus.
Yep. Okay. Senator Lambie.
Thank you. I'll just go on from that if you like, but with Sharp, their state funding ends on their top up ends on at the end of April. Is that correct?
That's to my knowledge, yes.
Yeah, and do you know if there's anything coming from the state or federal that they're going to fix that gap?
I'm not aware of anything, Senator Lambie.
Okay. What about, do you know how much is there a security surcharge on the tickets from Sharp and Rex? Does anybody know on what? Okay. No. Okay. Okay. And I was just wondering, Cradle Coast, I just want to know, apparently you raised the topic of temporary schedule reductions introduced during pilot retraining. Do you know if that's still going on and whether that's started, and if so, what airlines are being involved in that, or is that just nothing's gone with that?
It's my understanding that that was specific to Qantas with retraining of their staff. I can't speak to whether that impact prevails, but as I mentioned before, we are aware of a reduction in services from, I believe, last year, which is still the case. Those reduced services is what we currently see to the region.
Okay. And I'm not sure if you guys know this or whether you want to expand on it, but in the terms of the passenger movements from Burnie and Devonport airports have about halved to what they were in the mid-80s. And in contrast, that Launceston has more than doubled and Hobart is fivefold. So we're not getting a fair deal up here. Okay, I actually have no further questions for this lot. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for joining us today. And I'll just go back to the Burnie and Devonport airports. There seems to be quite a bit of confusion or different stories coming from Qantas, and I'm really disappointed that they decided to pull out of coming today. I find it quite disgraceful that the major airline servicing Devonport and Burnie has decided to slink out at the last minute. of appearing before this committee. I was told by Qantas that they had reduced the Devonport timetable was due to aircraft maintenance, not pilot training. So I've heard a different story again as to why some of these flights. Just a few minutes ago, I had a letter from the new QantasLink CEO to say that it's due to the change of the aircraft. However, they're currently now operating 23 flights a week from Devonport compared to 27. But I believe those 27 flights were since they've upgraded and using the new, the Dash 8 aircraft. So do you get the impression that Qantas is gaslighting the people of Northwest with their timetables?
Thank you, Senator. And what I won't make a comment on the intent, if you like, from Qantas around the change in schedules and stories that may have been provided. I will confirm that the most recent information, and reflecting on the question from Senator Lambie regarding the impacts of pilot training, I understand that that was information that was provided some time ago. I am aware more recently that the reduction in schedule has come about due to an increased capacity of the aircraft that comes to the region, meaning that the same number of seats or thereabouts are available, but through a lesser number of services. That is, if you like, the latest position that had been provided to me with Qantas. What I would say to that, though, is that that still has a material impact, particularly for local business, because if there's not adequate coverage over the course of a day for services as there had been previously, that makes, if you like, less available, or certainly less attractive by way of the timing of flights to critical locations like Melbourne for business owners. And very much does encourage those business owners, which is the feedback that we've had, for them to travel to Launceston to be able to access flights at a sufficient time. So, if you like, the story that you'd been provided, Senator DeLego, is consistent with what we understand, but it still has an impact for the region.
And Matt Duniam, there's barely, some days there's only one flight out of Wynyard Airport by Qantas, and it really makes it hard if somebody had to go to Melbourne for business during the day to be able to even go from Wynyard and come back in the same day. Have you heard from members of the community, or have you got any comments about the current timetable that operated out of Wynyard?
Probably more of an observation. Certainly, I referenced the Elphinston group, and Mr Elphinston does hire a jet to get in and out of this airport and get to his meetings, Western Australia or Melbourne or wherever he's going to. And certainly one would probably make a comment that, yes, he has the capacity to do so. But that does leave a gap for those that don't have that capacity. And I think that I feel sometimes we're teetering on the edge of a knife edge. We're just not sure which way things are going to fall. So therefore we can't guarantee the flights in, the flights out, even to transport freight. I understand that freight flights used to leave our airport at night to get to Melbourne. I'm not sure whether they still do, but the reduction is just so phenomenally clear, and it leaves me very uncomfortable in terms of how our future is going to grow. We want those opportunities for growth to happen, but not just for the businesses, for those people that wish to live here. And it really is important that we consider our airports as vital to improve that. And I know with the Northwest Public Hospital, there were fly-in, fly-out locums that were coming through to provide the services. I'm not sure that whether that's happening to the extent that it was, because the flights aren't there.
And
Sorry.
And I just to go to Sharp, and I'll plan on asking them later on today, but it become really prominent in my mind after visiting King Island last week. And just have you had any feedback as to why Sharp are only offering one flexible fare to King Island from Burnie? Like, there's no fare options, it's just a fully flexible fare?
I've not
Or
been
maybe the
informed
existing-
of this. I'm not sure whether Mr Reid has been informed, but it's just something, and I think some of these situations are happening with us without us being informed. We don't know where to get the answers. We don't know who to ask, and we find out after the fact, and that makes it difficult for us to support our communities.
It really does, and what you're saying as well about, travelling from the West Coast, that additional expense, but even when you are coming to, if people choose to come to Devonport or Burnie Airport, you are still paying quite a premium to be able to travel just to Melbourne, let alone go to King Island or anywhere. Like, it's hurting all of the tourism sectors, the fare prices. Would you agree, Mr. Reid?
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly with King Island Council appearing later in today's schedule, I understand that they'll certainly give a very pointed perspective on what that means for a community such as that. But we certainly do have an appreciation what, if you like, restricted or curtailed services mean for an isolated community such as King Island, and what that means across a number of different sectors. It's already been mentioned what that doesn't just mean for business or industry, but what that means for health services as well. Mayor Dunham had spoken about locum health professionals. I am aware and have in fact at times sat next to health professionals, doctors and nurses who frequently come back and forth via Burnie Wynyard Airport in and out of Melbourne. So it is a critical service from that perspective.
Thank you, and I might just ask one final question, if I may. Actually, no, I might save that for later on. No, thanks. I'll pass the call.
Senator McKenzie?
Thank you, and thank you so much for your evidence today. Mr Reid, I wanted to ask around the Rex flight, the Melbourne, King Island, Burnie Rex flight. It's still up on the Rex website that is a service that's being delivered. Can you give the committee some understanding of what's happened to that Rex flight? And given the conversation you've just had with Senator Delegar.
It's my understanding, and I have to make clear this has been on advice with our communications with King Island Council specifically, that service no longer exists. That does not continue to this day, and that has been recognised as an impact to that community. That's my understanding at this point in time, and I'm surprised to hear that it
Still up on the website.
Continues to be on their website. Yes.
Dr Dunham, do you have any intel as to the Rex flight between Burnie and King Island? Is that?
No, I don't, apart from being interested in which flights come into Wynyard on my flight app, and very rarely do you see any flights heading to King Island. So I don't have any formal intel at all. But
we might ask the Burnie Airport when they get here. So, Mr Reid, do you have an idea of when that flight offering ceased?
I believe it was in 2025. I'm not entirely sure of exactly what date.
Was that before or after Rex went into administration?
I can't comment on that.
Okay. Hopefully Burnie Airport will be able to assist us, because competition, as we all know, and as you've all given evidence, does bring prices down. I will have a number of questions on notice. Mr Reid, just from your perspective, are there identifiable structural disadvantages facing regional aviation in Tasmania compared with the mainland?
I would suggest that there are challenges for this region. I'd like to speak on behalf of this region and haven't considered it in terms of broader Tasmania when it comes to aviation services. And so for the Cradle Coast or for West and Northwest Tasmania, the population, with it being very coastal in some cases with a stretch from Burnie to Devonport, means that it's essential that we have those two main airports, if you like, for our region, and that they operate with strong capacity. That may differ from some other regions around Australia insofar as there being perhaps one regional centre that services a number of other townships outside. When you consider the distance between those two areas, that having those two airports may be a point of difference, and certainly having those airports operate as distinct from, as was discussed earlier, Launceston being an area of focus for the state, or if you like, the north of Tasmania, that would perhaps be a point of difference as well. Structurally, as I understand, the cost base for regional airports here would not differ any more significantly than some other regional airports, particularly of that size, particularly by way of security. It's been mentioned before around operations and maintenance and depreciation of runways. I don't understand that there would be anything significantly different in that sense.
Can I just ask Mayor Dunningham or Mayor Summers, do you have anything to add to the structural issues with, particularly here in the north and the northwest, and from a islander perspective? Because I hear a lot of issues around state government. We're a Senate committee. I'm interested in whether Mayor Summers or Mayor Dunningham or Mr Reid, whether your councils have major concerns known to the Minister for Transport, Catherine King, when it comes to particularly around CASA compliance costs, but other issues, and also the Minister for Home Affairs when it comes to those Border Force requirements or the security compliance costs, shall we say.
Can I go first?
Yes, please do.
No, I was going to say, do you want to go first?
No, you don't.
Yes, we have made as many people at the state and federal government level know.
My question is specifically about the minister who has the pen to sign off on funding agreements, which is Minister King.
We have spoken with Minister King and her office on at least 2 occasions.
Right.
We have brought up issues with the competitive nature of the grant funding, that a council of our size often doesn't meet the criteria. With the most recent round of the regional airports funding, councils were expected to contribute 50% unless they were a 100% Aboriginal owned or managed airport, which is not us. And for our runway project, where we're looking at a minimum $18 million, that's us coming up with $9 million, which is 3 times what we get a year in rates.
Right, Ms Summers, that is an important distinction. So you're little over 1,000...
Just under.
Just under?
Yeah.
1,000 residents would be completely cut off.
Absolutely.
Without a flight service.
Correct.
And the federal minister, did she offer to change the criteria so that a council your size could access this type of funding?
No.
What solution did she provide?
She suggested that we work with the state government
Of course she did.
to come together and try and come up with a solution. We have again spoken with the state government. They're not in a great financial position either. They couldn't afford to just throw $9 million at a project of this size either.
They've got plenty of cash.
Not going to get into that.
Ms Summers, let's keep our focus on federal matters,
Yes.
which is why we're here and what we can impact as the Australian Senate. Have you put those concerns to the Minister in writing?
Yes, we have.
Excellent. I'm very concerned about the Rural Flying Doctor Service as a former Minister for Rural Health and looking at particularly your community and King Island's community's access to health service. What would be the impact to the community if the airport was unable to accommodate the services of the Royal Flying Doctors?
We wouldn't be able to get people out in an emergency. At the moment, the Royal Flying Doctor Services are upgrading their aircrafts. They currently have 1 aircraft that can land at our airport. The new one needs to get a pavement concession every 6 months, as our runway can't take...
Is that from CASA? Who do they get that from?
They get that from us.
From you.
But there is conditions as to how many of those we can give out. And it all has to be taken into how many landings they're having. They are still able to land the helicopter as well. But experience of my own, when I had to go out on an RFDS flight, there was an emergency at the Derby mountain biking trails. There was an emergency down in Hobart. There was an emergency over on the West Coast, and I had to wait nearly 6 hours before I could get. It was a helicopter that came to get me. And in my instance, it wasn't a life or death emergency, but for some people it is. And the RFDS being able to land at any time of the day or night is critical to our island.
Can you give birth
No.
on your island?
You can give birth.
Well, I'm assuming people
they
can
hide-
give birth
yes.
wherever that occurs.
They do require that pregnant women leave approximately 4 weeks before their due date, just because we don't have access to anaesthesiology and things like that, and childbirthing services on the island. If you're having a twins, multiple births, you've got to go up to 8 to 12 weeks before.
And is that funded? Is that funded to get off the island? Is that funded?
We do have access to the Patient Transport Access Scheme, so they pay a percentage of your flights, and I think it's around $65 a night for your accommodation, which doesn't really cover much in Launceston, particularly if you're looking at 4 or 8 weeks.
Thank you. I just wanted to sort of get everybody's perspective on passenger movement charges.
Yeah.
So several submissions have identified that the passenger movement charge be levied at the point of ticket sale, $70 per passenger over 12 years when an individual departs Australia, as a potential revenue source to support regional aviation. I'm assuming no one from the regions is wanting to make our ticket costs any higher, but I just want to give you three, as people from the regions, the opportunity to, shall we say, rebut some of the more broader submissions that we've received from around the country saying we should put up the ticket prices out of regional airports as a way of funding.
I'm going to speak first.
Go,
No.
Dr. Duddiam.
The word no, they shouldn't be going up. I know that the rationale there is that it costs more to deliver. However, it isolates us again. And I'll just go back to the Royal Flying Doctor Service. We have frequent calls to the airport, the helicopter plus the plane itself. Without that, the people on the West Coast, King Island, would not have access to the Northwest hospitals or any other hospital. So it is one other issue. But no, the prices should not go up.
Thank you.
I might add, any efforts to normalise costs across airports within the country would be a perspective of the region, certainly. In a previous role, I was acting General Manager of Norfolk Island Regional Council, and I can attest to the sorts of impacts that I felt, certainly at Flinders and King Island in that respect. I may be speaking a little bit out of school here, but
Now's the time to do it, Mr.
Understanding how ARFFS fees work for airports where there are aviation firefighting services delivered by Air Services Australia, I might add. Norfolk Island's the only airport in Australia that doesn't have Air Services Australia delivering ARFFS services. But as I understand, it is a normalised cost across airports that have ARFs, typically major airports, as I understand, Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane. And so each passenger, regardless of the cost base of that airport, is carrying the same cost for that particular service. We would see that efforts to try and normalise costs across airports such that there is less of an impact for a region in that respect for the sorts of cost-based services needed from a regulatory perspective would be better for our region, certainly.
Thank you, and I know the Chair wants the call. I'll have some questions on notice.
Senator Whish-Wilson.
Just firstly, thank you, Chair. Chair, a question to Mayor Summers and Mr Groves. In your submission, you talk about restoring the value of financial assistance grants. What do you mean by the value? Can you tell us a little bit more about why they're important or what you'd like to see done with them?
I'll pass that one on to Mr Groves.
Let me see. They're extremely valuable to our island, being untied. For a bit more context to our island, we own roughly $100 million worth of assets, but we've got $2.8 million worth of rates and a further up to $4 million of untied grants to maintain all the infrastructure and depreciate significant infrastructure as well. So speaking very plainly, we're perpetually behind and we're perpetually in the red. We're doing everything that we can to normalise or equate that, but the numbers, the scale is very much against us. Talking about untied grants, very much welcome. The tied grants gets very problematic with co-contributions and with other requirements that we can't meet, such as being a fully Aboriginal-owned entity, but we absolutely do our best there.
Okay.
Not sure if that answers your question.
So have they decreased over time, presumably?
The federal assistance grants used to be at 1%, and we're currently at about 0.5%. So there has been a long-running campaign, I think by every council in the country, to have that reinstated to 1% at least.
Okay. You also mentioned that in your recommendations address national scale cost pressures falling on councils, climate resilience being one and insurance being another. Is that more broadly you're making that recommendation across council assets, or is there something about airports in particular that they're more affected by climate related matters, or how big is it insurance as a cost?
Across all council assets for sure, but our airport is pretty much on the beach.
Yeah.
And we
I've
are
flown
an
there a
island
few times, yeah.
With rising sea levels and such, it is going to become an issue at some point. So there needs to be systems and processes put in place to be able to address that in the not too distant future.
Okay, and is that something you're going through at the moment?
We're trying to. Unfortunately, we have a lot of work that we need to be doing and very limited staff and capacity, so it's on the list.
Okay.
I might add that the location, it's a legacy location. It is what it is, but being so close to the beach, it's not an ideal substructure that it's built on. So that adds to the costs of the maintenance around that. So and is part of the reason that we need to do the upgrade to the runway. So like a lot of things on the island, you have to deal with what you've got and try and make it as good as it can be for the future.
Okay. Could I ask perhaps Mayor Dunham or Mr Reid, the focus on Launceston and Hobart in terms of air visitation, although I'm very concerned about Qantas closing their bases here and relocating their staff. Do you think politically speaking there hasn't been that focus on the northwest because you get the ferries coming in here and you get thousands of tourists coming through on the Spirits through Devonport into the Cradle Coast? I'm not saying that's a good reason, by the way, but do you think that's a political
I'm
reason?
reluctant to speak about the Spirits because there's ongoing problems,
Yes.
obviously, but they're very good at rescuing people, I think. I think that, yes, you're right, politically, we're of low value to any political party, if you like, because we don't deliver. Our population base is low, so therefore we're probably not going to get the consideration that we really believe that we deserve. And it's very hard to get that message home so that we can support our communities. It's just it's a bit of a merry-go-round. And I don't know who's winding it up. Certainly, I suppose we are all in it together, but it is a merry-go-round.
I won't make any comment as to any political standpoint in relation to why that focus may be on Launceston and Hobart. We are as has been mentioned earlier in the proceedings, aware that the state government has financial, if you like, limitations at the moment, and there has probably been an observation that there's been a focus on some in the air services space, some areas and not others, and us being the not others. I did mention before, it's an observation of mine that given, if you like, that we have, regionally speaking, the two major airports in Wynyard and Devonport, that sometimes that's perhaps difficult to reconcile, having two assets at a regional level rather than one. We maintain that having those two assets, as well as obviously similar to Flinders King Island Airport, is essential. And we see that as being increasingly essential with the advent of new developments. As Mayor Dunham had pointed out earlier, we're already starting to see services start to get picked up by fly-in, fly-out workers, and that will only increase. And certainly Wynyard Airport, with the location of many of those developments, will play an increasingly important role. So that would be my observation from a state perspective, Senator.
Look, last question for me there. I suppose it's the chicken and egg thing in relation to getting more people here. Can you talk us through what's required to move from a Tier 3 to a Tier 2 airport? How's that significant in terms of getting more focus on this region?
And I confess I should know this better, having had a role where having an international airport was part of the role, but without understanding the relevance of those particular classifications, if I talk to Devonport for a moment, that there is a keenness there for aviation firefighting services that, as I understand, would increase capacity, presumably passenger capacity for that particular airport. And so my familiarity with how that works from an ARS perspective is that there's a service needs to be provided, and that there's a certification process that comes with that as well. I can't speak to other levels that would underlie that particular.
Right. Well, we've got Burnie Airport next. I understand it's a pretty significant capital upgrade. And obviously at Launceston and Hobart, you've got private corporations that have paid for their upgrades. So I'd just be interested in whether you think that's required to get an upgrade.
I'm certainly aware that security upgrades would be part of that. I'm not familiar with what that means for the runway itself. But yes, there would. It's our understanding that they require capital upgrades, and certainly for the size of the airports, they would be significant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. One last question to you, Mayor Summers. In respect of the Regional Airports Fund that Senator McKenzie was asking you about, is there a criteria in that fund that recognises your status as an island?
No.
There's not.
Not that we could find. No.
So if you're in a regional area out in the middle of Queensland or New South Wales or Western Australia, there is an option to drive somewhere. You don't have that option, but there's not a criteria within the Regional Airports Fund that recognises your status as an island.
There is not.
I'm sure you'd welcome that.
We would absolutely welcome that, and it is something that we've requested.
Okay, thank you. Can I thank you all? Might be a good recommendation. Thank you all for your evidence today. I understand that you may be getting some questions on notice, perhaps in writing from Senator McKenzie, maybe from others. And if there's any other things that you've taken on notice, can I ask you to have that back to the committee by Tuesday, 17th of March. Thank you for hosting us again, Mayor Daniel. It's good to be here. Thank you for evidence. We'll move on now to our next witnesses. I invite representatives from Burnie Airport.
Thank you.
Thank you. I now welcome representatives from Burnie Airport. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Okay, so I'm Tyler Wilson, CEO of the Burnie Airport Corporation.
I'm Rod Sullivan, a director of the Burnie Airport Corporation and also the operations and technical advisor to the board and to the manager.
Thank you both. I now invite you to make a short statement, and at the conclusion of that...
May I start by just pointing out a minor error in the evidence at paragraph 2.42. In the second line, I've used the term inner regional. I meant to say outer regional. I think that's significant to the inquiry because our focus is clearly on the areas, or should be clearly on the areas that are either not serviced or underserviced in Australia. And we've tried to point out in our submission that we're talking about airports, aerodromes and airlines that service the statistical divisions that are recognised as outer regional Australia and remote and very remote Australia. In that context, and it's not part of my formal presentation, I should like to note that Flinders and King Island are therefore regarded as very remote because of their connectivity or lack of same. I'd like to start by pointing out that the terms of reference for this inquiry are a stark reminder of the fact that there was a similar inquiry in 2019 and the issues are the same today as they were then. So nothing has seriously been done to address the structural issues in regional aviation which were highlighted in the report of that particular inquiry. Most recommendations from that inquiry were in fact simply noted by the government of the day, and with the government very largely responding on the basis that regional aviation is primarily intra-state. That's within the state. And so therefore, quite conveniently and constitutionally, intra-state aviation, regional aviation, is constitutionally something for the states to deal with in terms of economic regulation or subsidy. I think that's a convenience that overlooks the fact that the cost pressures in regional aviation stem from federal government regulation and policy, which sets the scene for safety regulation and security regulations that are in place today. As I've said, well, firstly, I should then say that the costs that are imposed by regulation are, in fact, problematic for regional Australia because we are talking about smaller aerodromes, smaller passenger numbers, and the only way to recover the cost of operations are by expecting or requiring the passenger who uses the airports to in some way pay for the cost of maintaining and operating those airports. As you go to outer regional, remote and remote Australia, the costs per passenger are obviously much higher. And I would go so far as to say that for the remote and very remote airports and airlines that service those airports, these cost pressures are really threatening the ongoing operation of services and certainly threatening the establishment of new services. The cost of safety regulation is quite high under the current framework, and we believe, and we have said in our submission, that there should be targeted grants to assist airports, particularly in remote and very remote areas, to meet those operational costs which are purely addressing safety regulation requirements. The group, as I said, incorporates remote, very remote, and also what we call outer regional Australian airports. And that group are also faced with the introduction of security requirements. Security screening has obviously been expanded slowly to regional airports, and there's even a comment that most regional airports currently have aviation security. The airports that have aviation security screening are the major airports associated with the major cities and the larger airports associated with inner regional centres in Australia. Outer regional airports are on the cusp of having to introduce security screening. The costs of doing so are acknowledged to be very high, but nevertheless, the passengers, the expectation is that the passengers using the airports under consideration are the ones who should bear the cost of that security, where security is really being provided to protect the aviation system as a whole. For Burnie and the northwest coast of Tasmania, and I stress northwest because that's where we are, and this creates, the pending security requirement actually creates a disincentive for growth and even pressure to curtail existing services. Now that outcome has to be clearly at odds with the terms of reference of this inquiry, and it's clearly at odds with fostering the economic growth of the region. So again, we submit that an alternative funding model is necessary, and it should be more equitably based on every flying passenger in Australia. We are protecting the aviation network from unlawful interference, and every person who's prepared to fly should pay a common levy. Without that sort of significant policy change, then I think aviation in regional Australia faces a very bleak future. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members.
Mr. Toller, do you have anything to add?
No.
Okay, thanks. I might start where you've just finished. So in your view, there should be a common user charge across all aviation that then supports the provision of service into regional areas. How do you see that manifesting? How do you see your proposal for a different way of recovery of cost manifesting across the various networks?
It's a repurposing of the passenger movement charge.
Yeah, so what we've discussed is basically a charge for every ticket in Australia, whether you're going international, domestic, whatever it is, as opposed to what's currently in place is each airport has to put a passenger charge on there. In our case, it'll be 15,000 passengers, and out of those 15,000 passengers, that would have to pay for the entirety of the screening costs for that throughout that whole year. Whereas what Rod's alluding to is that the fact that the amount of passengers that travel throughout Australia and into these remote airports should be helping foot the bill for the remote and very remote airports.
I mean, simply put, we identified that the number of passengers, the aggregate number of passengers that travelled in Australia last year, be it regional, be it domestic, be it international operations, 161 million passengers. $1 a ticket is $161 million. $10 a ticket is $1.6 billion. That would cover the cost of aviation security network-wide, would allow its expansion to other airports without any costs, any local cost considerations. How that's managed, the technicalities of how those funds are then passed back to a central body that allocates that funding is something that I could only speculate about, but it seems to me that it makes far more sense on a national basis, because we are protecting the aviation system as a whole from potential unlawful interference, and it would allow the expansion of security screening to airports without any consideration about whether that airport in fact is consequently forced out of business.
Okay. In terms of growth of regulation, and you mentioned cost of safety regulation and regulation in general, can you give us a sense of what you've incurred, say, over the last decade in that sense? I mean, Flinders Island was talking about the growth in costs that they're incurring, their mandated requirement to meet those particular requirements, but then, of course, on the other side, the capacity to recover costs. And I'm not talking about so much security screening in their sense now, but this is other costs that are being imposed, which impact particularly into regional aviation centres.
There has been considerable change in the regulatory framework, and as it happens, that it's occurred since the previous Senate inquiry in 2019. In 2020, the Civil Aviation Safety Authority, CASA, introduced a new regulatory framework for airports, aerodromes. It required expansion of what they refer to as the certified aerodromes network, so that there are now something like 329 certified aerodromes in Australia that have to meet a common standard. There's scaling of those standards to some extent so that they're less onerous for the smaller aerodromes, but that scaling doesn't take account, in my view, of the the financial situation that's faced by the big airports compared with the small airports. So while there is scaling, there is still a need to meet a set of regulations that introduces more costs. We have had to employ 2 more people. We have had to face the prospect of using more specialist consultants, people to advise on various aspects of the operation and technicalities of pavement maintenance, etc., etc. We, like other airports, have to maintain operational manuals. They've got to be kept up to date on a regular basis. We have to have various other strategies in place that weren't required before. We've got to have well, for obvious reasons, emergency planning has to be in place. The cost of that, doing that, are more onerous. It will undoubtedly cost more at Sydney Airport, well, let's be local, at Hobart Airport than it does at Burnie or at King Island, but nevertheless the scale is not consistent with the regulatory requirements that are in place. What we need to also bear in mind is that the regulatory requirements for the airlines that service regional Australia have also changed, and those new rules came into effect in 2020, you may as well say 2022. Now that places a higher cost burden on the airlines as well, and Sharp in particular. And if you want to stay in the Tasmanian context, Aviation that provides some services here in Tasmania. So the smaller the aircraft, again, the higher increment in cost per seat. And all of that is adding to significant increase in costs for the regional aviation sector.
Senator DeLuga.
Thanks very much. Thanks for coming along today. I just wanted to ask about Rex's services following the administration. What's been the impact for the community following Rex coming out of administration for services being offered out of Wynyard Airport?
Well, for us, even during the Rex administration, while there wasn't any guaranteed of that they'd be there at the end of it, we didn't see any reduction in services, and we haven't seen any increase in services. It's just been exactly as it was before the administration, and now that we're out of it, it's still the same.
And following on from the questioning in the last round, just wanted to see whether or not you were aware of any of the flights between King Island and Burnie with Rex.
Yep. So they do. So they do what they call the King Island Triangle. So that's what the local guys call it. So in the morning they go from Melbourne to Burnie, Burnie to King Island to Melbourne. So they do a bit of a triangle around. In the afternoon, it's the exact opposite. They service that every weekday. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Excuse me. And with Burnie Airport and your ownership structure, being owned by council and also with the Airports Association, what does it mean in practical terms for the governance and the operation of your airport and your ability to deliver services?
I'll just say it's Australian Regional Airports is the other owner. Did you want to answer that one, Rod? Yeah, probably more.
I'm not quite sure I picked up on the question.
What does the ownership structure, how does that work with the governance and the operation of the airport and your ability to deliver services?
Well, we're operating, it's a corporatised entity. It operates as a business. We can't afford to be in the business of making a loss. We have to at least cover our costs and desirably make some sort of reasonable return for the shareholders. Now, we do understand there's some community obligations, but nevertheless, we are required to operate as a corporate entity. What that means is, I guess, in terms of looking at funding of projects, forgive me if I go beyond the scope of your question, but in looking at funding for projects, we either rely on grant funding or we would need to have a financially sustainable case for borrowing in order to finance that particular project. So I suppose with the limitations there are on potential growth based on potential security requirements, then we're in a situation where it's pretty difficult.
And what would you say are some of the barriers or impediments to competitiveness in the Tassie market, but specifically the Northwest Tassie market as well?
I'd say from the airport's point of view, it is the ability to attract customers is a lot on price. So our price is a lot higher than Launceston. I heard, I think it might have been Senator Lambie before, say about Launceston and the comment on back in the 80s, I think she said they used to have a lot of people and Burnie and Devonport airports used to carry a significant amount of people, and you can put that down to probably the early 2000s when your budget airlines came to Launceston, your Jetsstars and your Virgins, and also it only takes 2 hours to get up, or an hour and a half to get up the highway now, as opposed to 2.5 hours. So we've got significant challenges from a fare price.
Thanks, Chair.
Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Chair. Do you have any idea, Mr. Sullivan, on how much those new federal regulations are costing?
How much are they costing?
Yeah, if you don't, it's okay. I'll do a study on it. It's fine.
Well, the typical, if we're just talking safety regulation of aerodromes, airports, then I would say a typical cost would be for something like Flinders and King Island, I would have thought $500,000 at least. And that's just to comply with the safety regulatory requirements and not to consider additional funding that may be required for prudent maintenance of your assets. And it's difficult to answer, I have to say, it's difficult to answer for airports across the board because the condition of the asset is something that obviously dictates how much you need to allow for upgrades, how much you need to allow for maintenance, and whether the policy over the years has been just to fix something when it really needs fixing, or whether you engage in preventative maintenance sort of techniques. Now here at Burnie, we try to pursue a preventative maintenance regime, which means we follow a regular pattern of maintenance. We don't wait for something to actually need replacement, so that our costs possibly might even be slightly higher on an average, on an annual type basis. But to meet the fundamental regulations, you're up at least $1 million.
And that's for that, you would be saying that for the airports on the northwest coast, or just as Burnie or Devonport? Is this, I mean, seems to be a lot of money that's added to that.
I would think airports of the scale of Flinders Island and King Island and Strawn, which we should recognise, St Helens on the east coast, costs would be at least $500,000 a year to meet the regulatory requirements. And we double that when we come here, and I would think similar considerations at Devonport. Now, this is not taking account of security, just purely
just
safety.
Regulation. Okay. Do you have any idea, just offhand, without me looking at it, how many flights are they just doing the visitor flights coming out and the hospital flights, basically patient flights, out of the west coast and over there at St Helens on the east coast?
No, I haven't looked into other airports. I've only looked at our sort of activity. I can give you ours if you want ours, but...
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
I just wasn't sure whether anyone knew. I'm just assuming they would be the same. I have no further questions. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Wilson.
Yeah, just two quick questions. I note you're 49% owned by a private sector partner, the Australian Airports Association, and have been since 2001. Is that correct? Could you tell us a little bit more about them? I went on their website to just have a look and kind of was surprised to see there were 340 partners in this. They have a lobbying presence in Canberra and they advocate on behalf of small airports like yourself?
No, that's a different company.
Different company, is it?
So it's Australian Regional Airports. So the Airports Association is a massive company that does what you said, but that nothing to do with Burnie Airport. So that's.
I'm not sure where that
not sure where that's come from.
has come from. I have seen it once before.
Australian Airports Association, yep.
Yep, it's nothing to do with Burnie Airport.
Righto.
Other than we're a member of the association. I think it's on Google when you Google it. It comes up, but it's nothing.
Right.
Might be on Wikipedia.
Oh, thanks for clearing that up, because I couldn't quite see who their members were.
No.
When I was,
Just to make it clear,
Yeah.
Australian Regional Airports is a company that was formed with the view of investing in regional airport operations around Australia, and in fact we did investigate a couple of options, but I have to say that it became less practical to further those aspirations because of the increasing cost structure that the industry is facing. So we're a private sector investor. We have an investment in Burnie Airport.
okay, and I mean, obviously, I don't want to get into commercial confidence, but I'm just interested in the upgrade from Tier 3 to Tier 2. Could you tell us a bit more? Is that a done deal? Is that kind of ticked off and going ahead, or?
So Burnie Airport does meet the requirements
Yeah.
for Tier 2, but it's not as black and white as meeting the requirements. There's a lot that goes into deciding whether or not you're going to move to a Tier 2,
Right.
and that's purely economics in our case.
And are you able to say what kind of capital costs would be required for that upgrade?
Yeah, and is that making it longer, or to take jets, or what does that look like?
Sorry, Senator Lambie?
Oh, the upgrades. I'm just wondering if you were to take the bigger aircrafts or whatever, because right now you can only run one limited size aircrafts through there.
It's not for the aircraft, so we don't have an issue with the aircraft. It's just our terminal that isn't fit for purpose of having security screening equipment in place. Therefore, a significant capital cost would be needed to upgrade our facilities to have security screening.
So they're still, sorry, do they have to pay for security on their ticket then? Are they paying a security price for not getting security on their ticket?
Well, the way security is at the moment, it's negotiated by the airport operator and the airline, the fee at that particular airport. So even though Burnie Airport, you don't pay any security fee, it's the same price to fly to Devonport where you do pay a fee. So airlines obviously put that cost network-wide rather than punishing that one particular airport.
Even when they're not.
Yeah.
So it's been put to us that the cost of transitioning from Tier 3 to Tier 2 is going to be between 24 and 29 million in the case of Burnie Airport, with ongoing operating costs in the order of about 2.5 million. Has the Commonwealth offered any assistance, or have you had discussions with them about the capital upgrade, specifically in relation to security requirements?
The process that's followed is that the Department of Home Affairs advises airports when they believe the thresholds are met to move from Tier 3 to Tier 2, which involves then security screening. So we were advised of that. We had some discussions with the department. Officers of the department visited. We pointed out the difficulties with our terminal, and we subsequently undertook to have specialist aviation consultants who to have a look at what would be required. They came up with two schemes. One was for a new terminal and the other was for modification of the existing. But the existing terminal footprint is relatively small and it needs to double in size just to take account of the accommodation of the security screening equipment itself and the security screening processes, some of which the travelling public don't see because they're back of house. when your bag is checked in, it goes through X-ray machines and various processes out the back. So there's a significant increase in size of the terminal required, and the pricing, the costing that we had done indicates 24 to 29 million, depending on whether you're modifying a terminal or whether you're building a new one. I have to say that there are some external ancillary works involved in that, in that you've got to modify the access road system a little, but most of that money is either in the terminal or in fitting out the terminal.
Okay, look, last question on that. Do you have a set time on when this needs to be done by?
No, not at this stage. No.
I have other questions, but perhaps if you can go to other senators. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Often fly into Burnie, Wynyard, Wynyard, Burnie, depending on where you're headed.
Burnie, Wynyard, Tasmania.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Appreciate it. Look, I want to understand very quickly, given the time, what the impact of Rex Airlines going into administration was on the Burnie Airport. Has there been a financial loss as well as any service delivery issues?
So with Burnie Airport, we obviously felt an immediate impact with our cash flow. We were owed $90,000 in landing passenger fees, of which obviously, I don't know if you're aware of the $5 million grant that has recently come out of Canberra in relation to those airports affected to recoup some of those costs. So that's all happening at the moment.
Well, there's been a lot of lobbying by particularly the National Party, but the coalition more broadly, to actually account for that with the federal Labor government, because you weren't the only regional airport owed landing fees of significant sums by Rex. So that $5 million, do you have to apply to that fund to get it?
You do, yes. So you have to put a grant application in, and you'll get a percentage of.
You'll get a percentage of?
Yeah. So it's my understanding that airports combined are owed more than $5 million.
Yes, that was my understanding. Yeah. So do you have an idea of what proportion of the actual fees owed you'll be able to claim back?
If our $80,000 is 1% of the total owed, we'll get 1% of the $5 million, if that maths works. Yeah.
Well, that maths doesn't work clearly, because you're owed $90,000. Were there any changes to the number of Rex services to and from Burnie following the airline going into administration?
No.
None.
I think they were obliged as a condition of assistance to actually maintain existing services.
They were. I'm just clarifying. There seems to be a mixed evidence there. So when do you imagine that that $5 million fund, any funds that you will be in receipt of, will be delivered to your bank account?
I think it's this first quarter.
Okay. Has the federal government provided any commitments to the airport that the new Rex owner, Air T, will maintain existing services in and out of Burnie?
I haven't had any contact with them yet.
Have you sought clarification?
Not yet, no.
Okay, well, maybe Minister's Office, you're listening, I know, to this Senate inquiry. We would like to understand that there is a guarantee that the new Rex owner, Air T, will be at least maintaining existing services. And we heard Mr Wilson and Mr Sullivan from the previous mayoral group, and I thought it was absolutely a salient point that we just don't want to maintain existing services in the regions. You've got growth opportunities, particularly here in the northwest, that are going to require growth of service provision. How confident are you that not just Air T, but also other aviation providers such as the ever-absent, cancelled and delayed Qantas will be up for expanding service provisions here, particularly to Wynyard, Bernie?
I think the short answer is that they're operating businesses, they're business entities, and if they see an opportunity to grow their business and move more passengers out of Bernie, that they will respond. Unfortunately, the reverse is also true. And to a great extent, we can lobby, and we do. We maintain good relations with the airlines that operate here. But there are no guarantees.
No, Mr. Sullivan, that's why we have political movements that choose to put floors in to guarantee service provision for exactly the types of communities we're talking about. King Island, Flinders Island, if we left it completely up to the market, would have no service provided. And so, you know, I come from a very old political tradition that believes no matter what your citizenship or where you're located, there is a minimum standard of service that you should, as an Australian and a Tasmanian, expect. So just with that, have you had any conversations with the new owner of Rex, AirT?
Not yet. It's my understanding they'll be coming around to visit the ports in the coming few weeks. I have heard through the ground handler at Wynyard that they have told them they'll be coming down there. So
okay, excellent. Has there been any change to the number of locally based Rex staff since the airline went into administration?
No.
No, not to your... and just federally mandated CASA aviation security and compliance costs. I think you've really unpacked how you choose or are forced to fund that regulatory burden. Is it, I just want to have a very succinct answer, is your proposal to us as a committee that will be putting forward recommendations to the Senate on how better regulate and fund regional aviation services, is that a passenger movement like charge, which is charged on international arrivals, be charged across all aviation services to spread the risk, because as you made a very salient point, Mr. Sullivan, it's actually to protect the whole system, not just Bernie.
Well, I think.
Do you have an idea of how what that charge could look like, the cost amount, or leave that to Boffins in Treasury to work out?
Boffins in Treasury. At the moment, like we're leaving it to the airlines to work this out, and rather than actually coming up with a charge that suits the regional airports through a government mandated charge, rather than letting the airlines sort it out, it's not working at the moment. So,
and we did hear evidence earlier around the regional programs in place for airports such as yourselves to access federal funding. The actual criteria doesn't suit, obviously islands, but do you have any advice for us that we could give to government around how to better structure these programs to deliver greater outcomes for your particular airport?
it's my belief that there isn't any grant process in place anymore. The regional grant program hasn't been put into the next budget or the one after. It should be noted that we have successfully used the regional grants process 4 times now, and we wouldn't have been able to do the necessary upgrades to our airports without it. So that's how important it is to get it back for those airports to be able to keep up their safety compliance and keep services coming to their communities.
And Mr Wilson, what does it say about a federal government that has made no forward provision for regional aviation upgrades, given how important it's been for Bernie to actually be able to access that funding?
Yeah, I'll let Rob speak to that one.
My fundamental problem is that I don't think there's any understanding of the nature of the maintenance, capital works, etc., that may be required to maintain a core network of airports to service regional Australia. And you're relying on individuals like Flinders Island that you heard this morning making representations direct to the Minister, rather than there being a program by which you can make it known what your forward projections are for expenditures and what your priorities might be and what might trigger particular projects, for instance. I mean, you may lose the opportunity to have an airline service to the airport because you can't respond financially to provide the facilities that are needed. And so you lose the opportunity, it's gone. So you need, I think, for each airport, now it means that, I don't know how you deal with the confidentiality, but you need to have some understanding of a network of airports that serve regional Australia, what it might cost in terms of reasonable projects, and I don't mean pie-in-the-sky
We're not
projects.
gold-plating runways.
No, but reasonable projects to maintain that facility and develop it in a rational manner, so that, you know, we're not building airports that can deal with large aircraft in areas where they're not needed and vice versa. We are adequately servicing the overall market. And I don't think the grant programs are well informed. They can't be, because there's no understanding of what that quantum of expenditure is. And so when you get the opportunity, you're told you get the opportunity to apply for grants, and you have to have an application in by whatever date. Now, if you're smart, you've got project ready to submit for consideration. But some projects that really deserve funding probably aren't even being put forward. And you're being judged against a pool without any, that is really comprised of people who are really quick to react and are prepared to react. And I would say that the smaller the council is, the smaller the locality is, the less prepared people may be to take advantage of some of these programs.
But the point being, Mr Sullivan, that the current federal government has no grant program available.
The grant program tends to be, in my view, aligned with the election cycle.
That's disappointing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your evidence today. If you've got anything that's been taken on notice, can I ask you to have that back to us by the 17th of March? We'll take now a short refreshment break until 11:10. Everybody, I now welcome the Honourable Kerry Vincent, MLC, Tasmanian Minister for Housing and Planning, Minister for Infrastructure and Transport and Minister for Local Government, along with representatives from the Tasmania Department of State Growth and Tourism Tasmania. We appreciate your time today, thank you. Understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could I ask you to please state your names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Kerry Vincent, Minister, all those things you just mentioned, Chair.
James Verrier, General Manager of Transport Policy and Planning in the Department of State Growth.
Cynthia Hayden, the Deputy Secretary for Transport in the Department of State Growth.
Stephen Farquhar, Director of Access and Aviation for Tourism Tasmania.
Thank you. I remind senators that an officer of the Commonwealth or of a state or territory should not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy. I invite you to make a short opening statement if you would like to, and then we'll move to questions from my colleagues.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Senators, for the opportunity to appear here today. I will warn you, it's my first rodeo for this sort of thing, so I'm sure I'll fumble my way through it all. Thanks. As an island state, Tasmania is more dependent on aviation than any other jurisdiction. We don't have the road or rail alternatives on which mainland communities can rely. Tasmania has a dispersed regional population and economy, and we are reliant on access to reliable, affordable air travel to underpin our visitor economy, essential services, time-sensitive freight, business activity, importantly medical and community connectivity. These needs are magnified for our own island communities on King Island and the Furneaux Group, where aviation is critical to maintaining access to essential services and community wellbeing. In many respects, the National Regional Aviation Network is a counterpart to the National Highway Network. I think it is particularly notable our concept of National Highway already includes shipping services on Bass Strait supported through the Tasmanian Freight Equalisation System. It is time to extend that lateral thinking to our management of aviation services to our isolated regions. The regional aviation environment is very fragile. Many regions are serviced by marginally viable or unviable high-cost routes with small populations, ageing aircraft fleet and limited ability for airlines and airports to absorb and recover rising airport regulatory and infrastructure costs. These structural factors mean in key markets the cost of providing services, including the associated expense of essential infrastructure maintenance and upgrades, insurance, compliance costs and fleet renewals exceeds the revenue regional communities can sustainably generate, placing essential routes under severe and ongoing pressure. Recent industry developments has intensified regional aviation challenges in Tasmania. The Australian Government intervened to provide for Rex Airlines throughout its administration process in 2025 to maintain essential services. The Tasmanian Government understands the importance of the Australian Government's intervention and appreciates the security this provides to regional communities. However, the support unintentionally, but also unavoidably, altered the competitive dynamics on routes serving Tasmania, particularly King Island, where Rex provided services in competition to other operators. This has created uneven competitive conditions requiring the Tasmanian Government to intervene to maintain services across the Bass Strait Island networks. Critically, established forms of the Australian Government support, such as the Remote Air Services Subsidy Scheme, apply in limited circumstances and provide only minimal levels of service. For our island communities, allowing a total service collapse is not an acceptable risk. but preventing collapse is quite difficult to establishing. Quite different to establishing an environment where air services can be provided on a low cost, cost-effective and sustainable basis. Cost disparities at regional and island airports are structural. They are driven by low passenger volumes, high infrastructure and regulatory requirements, limited economics of scale and expensive supply chains. As a result, regional airports face significant financial pressure and higher per passenger charges and airfares than metropolitan routes. To ensure safe, reliable and equitable air services, Tasmania seeks a national coordinated long-term structural reform. The critical elements for considering are: funding eligibility should not require a service collapse or a threat of a service collapse. Suitable provisions are required for working with jurisdictions to identify and monitor at-risk routes and the effectiveness of existing measures. Opportunities for early intervention support and particular recognition of communities where aviation is the only transport mode. There is a need to move away from competitive grants programs for crucial infrastructure delivery and introduce stable, multi-year airport funding arrangements based on delivery of agreed minimum standards, need and mandatory maintenance requirements. It is important we recognise that the capability of regional airport owners to fund airport upgrades, screening obligations and compliance cost is tied to the charges they can reasonably charge of airlines and passengers. National levies and regulatory charges should incorporate regional adjustment factors so critical low patronage routes aren't disproportionately burdened. And in closing, the Tasmanian Government encourages the committee to reaffirm that regional aviation is a national priority that requires tailored, long-term Australian government support to ensure the viability of essential services and the resilience of the infrastructure that supports them. Regional aviation, especially for our Bass Strait Islands, is not just an economic issue, it is a matter of equity, access and community resilience. We need a national long-term commitment to ensure these communities remain connected and supported. Tasmania is committed to working with the Australian Government to achieve these outcomes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Do we have statements from anyone else at the table? We don't. Thank you. Just in the context of the last point that you were making, which sort of does follow on a little bit from what our previous witnesses were saying to us with respect to infrastructure costs and a method of providing a stream of funding that's available to enable the provision of those demand or necessary services. And the point that you made with respect to the costs that come from those impositions of whether that be regulatory requirements or delivery of screening services, for example, and then the capacity of the market to pay. So you effectively get to a situation where the cost for delivery exceeds the capacity to fund, and therefore there's a market failure. Do you have any information or data at a Tasmanian level, consolidated, that would provide the capacity to, at a state level for Tasmania, input into a national process that could do an assessment of what those needs might be in comparison to cost?
Yes, I might just make a comment before I hand to James or Cynthia that in my short time in politics out of the business world, it's become evident that part of our responsibility of being in government is to understand those pressures on the community, and the islands we talk about in Bass Strait are a classic example of that, where the long-term strategy and the long-term understanding of the needs of those communities doesn't always fit with what we that fits into a normal funding mechanism. So in my short time as a minister in this area, I've been trying to gather the information and collate some of the thoughts around recognising communities of various states of isolation and understanding what the long-term situation is, and just accept that regardless of terms of government or parties in power, long-term strategic plans need to be put in place for various areas right around Australia, and the two islands are at the forefront of my mind to do with aviation. We have a lot of data on that, and the constant upgrade is separate to the day-to-day operations, but both should be taken into account for both short-term, medium-term and long-term understanding of the commitments needed from state and federal governments towards that. And with that, I hand to Cynthia.
Yeah, certainly. We definitely have the data. I wouldn't say we can sort of provide it through as just one package, but it's been a piece of work that we've been looking at, particularly in relation to King and Flinders, and we are actually starting a piece of work around a study on Flinders and the access needs of Flinders, both from an aviation and from a shipping perspective as well, that covers both freight and the community requirements. I don't know, James, if you wanted to speak a little bit to that piece.
I need to say that's something we could bring together, I think, with the various airport owners, if that would be of assistance. I'm sure we could collate that and provide it.
With respect to growth of markets, I asked a question earlier in the morning in relation to the work that's being done by the Tasmanian government in attracting new service into the state, and there's a large focus there's some work being done on developing new routes into the state. My understanding from feedback that I've received, particularly from the airlines, that focus is largely on Hobart and Launceston. We're sitting in northwestern Tasmania at the moment, and some of us use those airports very regularly, and also talk very closely to our tourism operators who are keen to see a maintenance of service. I'd be very curious to understand why the focus more towards Launceston and Hobart, and what's being done in respect of supporting development growth, particularly into the northwest.
Yeah, certainly there's a couple of different facets to that. One is mainly that Hobart and Launceston have such large structures around them and have good passenger numbers to justify changes there and largely look after themselves. Tasports, which is one of my responsibilities, has taken a revitalised look at the Devonport Airport with upgrades that are happening there, and we ensured that the board of Tasports had aviation experience on it, so that there was a focus towards some of the upgrades that they'd been talking about and wanting to do there, and how they could revitalise that. One of my first roles was to come here to Wynyard, to the Burnie Airport, to where the strengthening of the taxiway had also occurred to take larger aircraft. The other part I'll say to that is that as we move towards a change in attitude with the upgrade of all the tourism for Tasmania, and that's largely around ships coming in, but it's also about the overall picture of tourism, it is pretty evident that we need to look at how we utilise the captive market of Tasmania, and one of the things that I've been very focused on is how you can bring people into one area, move them around the state, and instead of flying in or out of Hobart or Launceston, actually have the tourism market moving around the state and then flying out of different airports back. So we'll continue the discussion about how we maintain that focus on utilising all the islands instead of just Hobart and Launceston. James, any more from your part on that?
I was just going to add as well, I think, yeah, in terms of those programs, there was the Aviation Attraction Fund that was designed, as you indicate, around new services. It wasn't confined to Hobart and Launceston, but obviously the applications we'd receive would reflect the position of airlines and airports in what they see as opportunities for new services. There's also been separate...
But on that point, though, you as the government set the terms for those things, and so if you say you would like to see greater service into a particular region, the respondents to the fund are going to respond to that. That's just what they do, because that's where that's the whole point of it. And we all talk to the players, and it's very clear to me that the focus of that fund very much was driven by towards Launceston and Hobart. Very little, and in fact, very little interest in the northwest, which is someone who lives here in these communities, works closely with the tourism operators, wants to see growth into this region. There's, I think, 460,000 passengers drive past Devonport Airport to Launceston every year. Doesn't make sense to me. So what's being done to pick some of that up and drive traffic, tourism, business, wealth into this part of the state?
So I can only speak to the guidelines on that program, but I can also point to the second program that was run in parallel, which was one where funding was provided directly to Hobart, Launceston, Burnie and Wynyard airports. And so we're currently working through with those airports on terms of those grants, which are tailored to the particular needs and opportunities identified by those airports. So that's just the two programs we've been administering.
Okay. I'm going to go to Senator McKenzie. She's got to go to another meeting shortly, so I'll
Thank you, Chair.
Senator McKenzie now.
And my apologies, Deputy Chair. But the floor will be yours, all yours, in a minute. Thank you so much, Minister. Lovely to see you again, and your experience as a local councillor and mayor and advocate is serving you well in your ministries. I think your opening comments we're going to draw a lot on, and I'll have some follow-up questions on notice, but you call for that long-term coordinated national focus, particularly when it comes to the limited capacity for thin markets in regions to be able to pay. Have you formally proposed changes to funding profiles to the federal government as a result of...
Not formally, no.
No, informally? Ms Hayden,
sorry.
I'm sure you'll be able to answer for the Minister. Have you informally put this sort of request to the federal government?
We've advocated for more support. I wouldn't say we've put it through as a costing,
Yep.
but definitely for further conversations, particularly where we can work more together on addressing some of the disadvantages happening in the particularly island connections.
So we've heard this morning direct evidence from a range of airports and airport operators around security requirement cost, regulatory compliance costs, all driving up not just the price of tickets, but also debt across various councils and owners. Have you discussed security requirements and regulatory impost from the Commonwealth with the Transport Minister or her office or her department?
I believe there's been previous discussions. I can't say that there's anything the most recently, say, within the last 12 months that I'm aware of.
And what has sort of been the response from the federal government when these issues have been... Mr Ferrier?
I was just, sorry, that was actually just wondering where that's at in terms of what we could actually comment on, because obviously we haven't been party to those direct conversations from a departmental level.
Okay.
But certainly in terms of the specifics, as Cynthia said, in relation to the islands, that has been a direct conversation around that specific problem, rather than it being a broader discussion on the regional
The structural issue.
So yeah, I'd say we are advocating. The actual details of some of the requests, I think, would be their operational, which would be direct conversations between the airports and the federal government.
Minister, you mentioned that it was a structural issue, particularly for regional airports. Are you prepared to have a more formal conversation with the federal minister on these issues that have been raised, not just here in the Senate inquiry, but I'm sure you hear them as you travel around your great state?
Yes, very much so. I think it's two and a bit weeks, and I'm in Canberra for a few days to have those discussions. I recently was over on Flinders Island for 5 days just to sit and talk to the locals.
Yep.
And Council were very good to work me through the issues of the whole island, and so were all the people I spoke to in the community at all different levels and the importance of it. I'm also doing a body of work to understand the economies of both islands, independent to a lot of the information that I've been given in various parts of my ministry, because similar to bringing everything together to form that, you need to understand the whole economy of isolated islands that we're talking about in King and Flinders here, to understand how the economy's changed, where the numbers are, but what you need to have coming in out of there, whether it's tourism or locals or commercial, to understand where you can build the business to make it as via the economy and also the air travel and the sea freight as strong and as structured as you possibly can. But you can't just react to one part of that. You have to understand what makes up the people on the island, what they're willing to go to. You go to Flinders, has got 84, I think, beaches, are the most beautiful beaches in the world over there. So there are some very unique characteristics you need to understand, but you don't want to balance up that with a program of too heavy tourism that's going to not be effective to the locals. So with my combined ministries, I'm looking at a lot of different parts of that at the moment to make a recommendation back through to the Premier, who's very supportive of a fresh look at how the islands operate. But that culminates with bringing all that infrastructure issues together to work out a plan that's going to be able to be put forward. And King and Flinders are so different in the way they're made up as well, so you have to really respect the local council, the local people, and what can be done on those islands to make it viable.
And their vision for their future, absolutely. Yes. So I understand that in 2024, prior to the 2025 election, the RFDS approached the Commonwealth Government advocating upgrades to a number of Tasmanian airport runways to meet safe landing standards for the new aircraft that the RFDS, and indeed, as I understand it, Ambulance Tasmania, requiring and acquiring. As I understand it, the RFDS sought upgrades to the airstrip at St Helens, worth $20 million, upgrades to the strip at Strawn, also worth $20 million, and upgrades to the airstrip at Cape Barren Island. I don't have an estimated figure for that. Minister, were you aware of these requests from the RFDS?
Yes, indirectly, as well as the issues with Flinders Island. They're taking the larger aircraft, which I think is rated at about 35 tonne. Yeah. The council has been very passionate about that being a major lifeline for getting people on North Island for medical reasons.
Absolutely.
And how important that is around that upgrades.
Mm-hmm. So has the Commonwealth provided funding for any of those 3 upgrades that I outlined, to your understanding?
My understanding, no, at this stage. If you know.
No. My understanding is the RFDS land at St Helens, which is quite isolated by road, that there's 1 landing every 3 days. How urgent would you say these upgrades are for the health of Tasmanians?
It's proved quite essential to those and the operators that use those strips in regular contact about the potential of upgrades in the short time I've been the Minister, yes.
Have you also lobbied the Commonwealth or raised this with the Minister as a matter of urgency?
I don't believe so in my time, but that's one of the things we'll be talking about.
It's on the agenda for 2 weeks?
Over there in a couple of weeks, yes.
Yep, excellent. just wanted to understand airline workforce centralisation decisions or base closures announced by Qantas late last year, and how, if they have, impacted Tasmania's regional aviation reliability.
Certainly it was a shock to the system for those 50-odd staff in Hobart. And I might just ask James, have you got any more information on that at all? Or?
I might defer to Steve on that one.
Steve?
In terms of
Mr. Farquhar?
Yeah, thank you. Farquhar, yes.
Inside and outside.
Yeah, well, I established the base, so I do know a little bit about it.
Let it rip.
Please.
This is your opportunity.
Yeah, well, it was, I mean, aside from the business decision, and Qantas entitled to make business decisions, we certainly understand that. But the impact for a number of Tasmanians who have chosen to live in Hobart, who've brought their families to Hobart and established a life in Hobart, schools, education, health and all that, it's a significant issue for them, absolutely. Efficiency of the Qantas flying, well, Senator, I think you brought it up before. They've been a little bit late and have been prone to a few cancellations. Now, that's been occurring post-COVID. The efficiency of having a Hobart base where we've got 2 A220s based and 2 A220 crews based, getting out at 6 o'clock in the morning, critical to Melbourne, 06:05 to Sydney, critical for business, whole range of international connectivity, regional and Australian connectivity. Very popular flights, and of course those flights end up in Hobart of a night time. So having that base has been crucial, but it's also complicated. It's also complicated by the fact that we seek upgrades, we seek growth, both in Hobart, Launceston, Devonport and Burnie. They overnight cruise in Burnie, Devonport and Launceston. If they put a 737 on or a different aircraft, they don't have a crew base for that aircraft. They're only an A220. So it does get complicated. They're then required to put a crew in the day previously so they can operate that crew out at 0600. So it is complicated, but certainly the passion of the crew base, their commitment in advocating for Tasmania, what they deliver in terms of customer service and supporting our brand proposition and that connectivity with our regular customers has been very crucial, and it's really well received by those customers.
Can I just give a huge shout out to the Qantas ground crew, particularly those from the bases announced for closure, Hobart, Mildura and Canberra. We know they're listening when I travel regularly, and I know, Senator, you get the same comments. Just saying thank you to this Senate inquiry, irrespective of political colour, that we're prosecuting this issue on their behalf, because it is those intangible benefits that you mentioned, Mr Farquhar, that are way beyond Qantas's very generous bottom line, that we can't always put a dollar figure on, that sometimes we should consider. Minister, just my final question. Would you be open to a regional aviation, what words did you use? Would you be open to the Ministerial Council of Transport Ministers across the country, chaired by Catherine King, examining a coordinated national funding program or strategic plan, or a coordinated examination of the provision of regional aviation services across the country, bearing in mind that it's not just various jurisdictions have islands attached to them in the same way that Tasmania does, and for one of the considerations to be around an equalisation scheme, considering the air similarly to as part of the national highway system, similarly as we do for the sea.
I would be very open to any discussion with any group of ministers around this great nation on how we could do it better, because I think we need to, the isolation's never going to change, so we need to have a long-term plan, not just a very short vision on it, the better we can set those things up. And that will lead us to look at, as I hoped, the economies of those areas and what else we could do to supplement or to stabilise those regions. So a bigger picture, or open to any conversation on that.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Lambie?
Thank you. I just want to ask you about the Aviation Attraction Fund, the state growth. Can you tell me, since 2000 well over a year ago now, where that $5 million has gone?
Certainly. I'll hand over to James for details around the domestic streams, which has $2 million, and there's $3 million for the international stream. Both streams are open to all Tasmanian airports, and the requirements are just that any proposal is supported by an airline, and that there's capacity through this trial period that if it was to be successful, that it could be continued. That's essentially the guidelines. It is very much an open arrangement.
I understand the guidelines. I want to know where you've spent the money and what have you done so far with that $5 million and the extra that you got probably about 6 months beforehand. You got another $500,000 to chuck into that fund as well, I believe. So
that was that was actually for supporting infrastructure across Tasmanian airports. But I'll hand over to James to give details around that 500, which was infrastructure specific, and the domestic routes that have been successful in applications.
And the international flights, they're up to $3 million. So I just want to know where that money's been going and where's it allocated to in the future.
Sure. So the funding commitment of the $5 million was spread over 5 years from the initial budget year. So the full amount hasn't been passed through to the operational budget. The domestic tranche was opened last year. We've received a number of applications through that. There is the one that has commenced between Hobart and Newcastle. There are another number in the final stages of approval, so I'm not sure of my position in being able to provide details.
If we had one to Canberra, a direct flight to Canberra, as part of your selection.
So we can only deal with those that the applications received. But yes, so that's with the $2 million domestic.
Maybe wait a couple of days.
Sorry, I shouldn't have thrown that grenade.
And
which has essentially been the.
That's fine, but who else is it? So how much is that costing you from Hobart to Newcastle? The deal you've done there out of that $2 million.
I don't have the number in front of me, Steve.
Well, it's only the one deal you've done, I believe. Is that correct? Well, surely you must know if it's the only deal you've done off the top of your hand from where you are.
I haven't got the number there right in front of me. If I could take that on notice. But yeah, so there's essentially our expectation is that domestic current $2 million allocation for domestic will be fully allocated, and that will...
What, for the Hobart to Newcastle?
No, not the Hobart Newcastle, but saying we've received multiple applications. There's a number of those that are in the final stages of approvals, and so from that, the full package of what will be, assuming all those are approved and the grants inked, that will be the $2 million fully allocated.
Okay, and how much longer are you going to spend on this? When can we expect the allocation to be done, the decisions made? What month this year? It
will be imminent. They're in final stages of approval, so the applications have been received. Assessed.
I understand that, but how long does it take from a final procedure from that for you to actually get it moving?
It will be, I would say, it'll be February, so I would expect by April they would have those, at least we'd have them announced. And the timing of when they commence, that's really comes down to the detail of the agreement with the airline and...
Well, you've obviously given the money, so when are they supposed to commence? Are we commencing shortly thereafter, 6 months, 12 months?
The Newcastle service has commenced, so that there is a grant in place for that. The other two, the applications have been received, the applications have been assessed, and so there's a approval process within government for that. Once that approval is given, there will be a grant deed entered into, and that will determine what the flow of funding is, but no funding's been provided to those other services as yet.
So when do you expect those flights to begin?
So, as I say, that's becomes a question or an issue for resolution with the grant. So the applicants make of the service that they are looking to provide. But in terms then of what their obligation is, that's determined under the grant. So the funding is then tied to a specific commitment with dates. So I don't have those at the moment because that detail has not been finalised.
So for our $2 million worth, looks like we're getting 3 different routes.
Well, it will be certainly in the single figures, but yes, there'll be. It won't be in the tens. No.
And they're going from what airports?
So again, I can't speak to the detail of something I've got through the administrative approval.
Is the North West Coast getting any of them?
So we haven't received an application, I don't believe, from the North West Coast airports under that funding stream. So with that 500,000 that you mentioned, Senator, there is 100,000 of that is going to Devonport and Burnie airports, and we're again just in the final stages of signing up the grant deed for that funding.
And what about the $3 million for direct international flights? Where's that gone to?
So the $3 million hasn't gone.
I'm happy to take that. It's currently open and we have not received any applications.
Okay, so it's been open now for 12 months? Okay, that would tell me nobody's interested. Why isn't anyone interested? Is it not offering them enough? I mean, you guys are onto it. Are we going to make this happen or are we not? Because it's actually coming down to you, yeah?
Senator, a delivery of an international carrier into Hobart. We have one international service that stands with Air New Zealand. That started in 2021 and the Tasmanian government supported that flight for 3 years and built it up to sustainability, and the Tasmanian government no longer supports that route or that flight with Air New Zealand. We have aspiration. Hobart Airport have delivered runway in the last 12 months that now will allow wide-body aircraft to fly up to about 10 hours from Hobart. It's the #1 aspiration of the Tasmanian government to deliver an international carrier into Hobart from Asia, and we are hopeful, and it's a very competitive world. We are competing against carriers and destinations all around the world. We think we have a strong business case, and we're certainly hopeful of delivering that in the next 3 years.
Oh, that's great. I just have one final question. And who's speaking to all the airlines and how frequently are they doing that to try and bring this on board? I'm just trying to work out the back in the back there.
Well, I'm the Director of Access and Aviation. I work in the offices of the Tourism Tasmania, but I also have a role, I'm funded by DSG. So I work with the airports very strongly on attraction and how we can build business cases.
I didn't ask you that. How many airlines outside of Australia have you spoken to from your job description to make this happen, or is it just sitting all in here in a house in Tasmania?
No, we're speaking to 2 airlines very closely. We speak to them regularly, every 4 to 6 weeks. We visit them, they visit us. We've got about 5 carriers internationally we're talking to. And as I said, it's about developing a business case over time that works for both the airline. It's important that there's an ROI for the airline and that we deliver what we want for the state, not just in terms of passengers. There's freight, there's some significant freight and export opportunities out of Tasmania that we want to deliver against.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Senator DeLuga.
Thanks very much. Thanks for coming along today. Minister, do you think that there's been adequate focus from the Tasmanian government on the challenges facing regional Australia, like particularly on the northwest with that aviation attraction fund? I mean, $5 million, it seems to be focused on Launceston and Hobart. Queensland, in comparison, is spending $75 million to deliver a comparable program. Do you think that there's been adequate investment by the Tasmanian government?
Well, certainly the $5 million is split into the 2 funds of international and domestic. In the time I've had here, I've had good conversations with both this airport and here in Wynyard, as well as Devonport. The fact of the lack of applications might be an indication of more work needs to be done.
Do you think, just on another note, we've been talking a bit about Qantas today, and do you think when Qantas being the claiming to be our national carrier, do you think they've got a social licence that they must service the northwest of Tasmania?
Everybody in business has a social licence, especially when you're the size of Qantas, but there's also commerciality of their operations and sustainability, and that's a fine line sometimes which we all have different opinions on, and I have to respect what the decisions Qantas make, but yes, there is a very much a social licence there for what they do for Australia.
Thank you. And just in relation to recent reporting about, Sharp Airlines' proposal to discontinue the flights between Melbourne and King Island, have you met with Sharp to discuss with them?
Yes, we did. We met with Sharp last week.
Yeah. And what was their? Have you proposed an alternate solution to them at all?
No, we have gone away to do a bit more work on it. They are looking at various options of minimising the cost structure that they operate under, as well as being pretty open and raw on Friday regarding some of the touch points of financial viability for some of the runs, which we're all taking under advisement and seeing how we can work our way through that.
And you may be aware that there are a number of subsidised programs that are operated by state and territory governments across Australia to provide regional Australians more affordable flights. Have you considered implementing any of these, a similar program?
I haven't myself personally as Minister yet, but the department has had brief discussions with me pointing out some of those different arrangements. And as I said to the Senator Mackenzie before, open to further discussion on that to understand so we can put in place long-term viable options.
Because I understand the Western Australian Government provides the regional airfare zone cap, and the Queensland Government has the local fare scheme for Far North Queensland. So particularly for Tasmanians who are on King Island and Flinders as well, there is that isolation factor and whether it's health outcomes, whether or not it's family, business, going to school, obviously support for those airfares. I'm not quite sure if you heard my question to the Cradle Coast Authority, but at the moment, Sharp are only offering one flexible fare, fully flexible fare. There's no discount fares. It's the highest possible fare type that they are offering between Burnie and King Island.
Look, it's a very competitive market, and there are other charter operators that don't come under this normal category of airlines where that are running sizable operations that eat away at the commercial lines that have to use the airports and the cost structure of that. So it's been taken a bit to get to understand some of those commercialities of how they operate. But pressure's always going to be there, and it is an expensive operation for short flights with limited number of passengers. Take-off and landing, and then the cost of the airport. So it's a very difficult scheme that Sharp work under for that, and Rex for that matter as well.
But the Tasmanian Government would be open to, say, a subsidised fare as part of that process of looking at the future of Sharp services? We're
open to discuss various options, but I think go back to what I was saying before about needing long-term stability and not build around a grants submission or just a subsidy that's going to be there short term. We have to understand what is required to provide the best possible service to communities around Australia, but mainly the ones we're talking about here today, King and Flinders, to ensure they are long-term viable, and the people living on those islands or people wanting to move to the islands for employment or retirement or whatever reason have that confidence that should they strike education, medical or just general travel, they can still do it.
And when it comes to air freight into King Island, have you heard about some of the difficulties of particular mail pathology of coming to and from Tasmania?
I haven't heard about those specifically, but I have discussed it with a lot of the locals there about the generalised issues with freight and the cost variance of it, and that's it's a major issue when you haven't got manufacturing or products that are produced on the island.
Thank you, Chair.
Minister, you've made a great submission. You've outlined a number of recommendations that are reasonably broad, but for example, you want the committee to endorse the principle of a nationally consistent cost recovery regime for aviation regulatory costs with built-in regional adjustment mechanisms as one example. And you said here today you're open to discussions on a number of things. I suppose what I'm interested in is you're in Canberra in 2 weeks. What are you going there armed with? What are your proposals?
It's fairly open at this point. We
Right.
will have we have had discussion with Sharp, Council and the communities. We have understanding the issues around now the new ownership of Rex will become a big part of what we'll formulate up to talk about on a long-term basis. The fact that it's not just these couple of islands that are under pressure. It is other locations as well. So my business mind tells me that you have to look broader, as I've stated a couple of times at the hearing already, and that's what we'll be having a fairly robust discussion about where the pressure points are that we need to fix on an ongoing basis.
You mentioned in your submission the Remote Air Services Subsidy Scheme only kicks in once an airline declares bankruptcy. Is that, for example, something you're talking to the government about, maybe having a trigger point or a threshold at which that scheme can kick in, rather than going through the disruption of having someone go to the wall?
Yeah, my belief is that we need to have structures in place because we just can't jump at shadows all the time, that we need to understand and appreciate the difficulties these areas are under. And the more we can understand that and have structures in place, the better it is. It's no different to the outstanding work done by many state governments and federal government towards disaster mitigation. When you're talking about isolated communities, this is potentially that has that sort of effect on a community, so we need to be in front of the ball.
Okay.
Yeah, they are significant structural issues, particularly for regional Australia. The aviation white paper pointed out that regional air services cost about 52% more than what it is for people in the city to pay for an airfare. The capacity or the ability for regional airlines to recover and grow their revenue base is limited, and they just can't push their airfares any higher. It's already a disincentive to travel, and they're the structural reforms we aren't requiring, because people on King Island, Flinders Island, Burnie, Launceston trying to travel between those ports are at a significant cost disadvantage. There's no incentive to fly. It's actually it's not discretionary. They only fly when they have to fly because it's cost prohibitive. So in structural reform, they're the sort of things we need to focus on.
There is another point there, and that's in the age of the aircraft and the suitability of new aircraft that are available at a fair price to come onto some of these areas, to be able to carry an appropriate number of passengers for those routes without having vacant seats, but having freight capacity as well to make it as viable as possible. The number of aircraft in that area, I've been told, is limited now compared with what it was some years ago. But that pressure of having a route that is already under financial pressure, it is very hard to build up the collateral or have the ability to borrow the money to have a sustainable aircraft all the time on that run. They do a magnificent job with what they have, but the next step will be replacement of a lot of those fleets, which puts added pressure on everybody involved.
Indeed. And do any idea when Brex's funding runs out, the subsidies they received? I know it's been noted in your submission as saying it's upset the apple cart in the sense with Sharp Airlines, but do we know when it's? We should probably know that, but
we're not party to that information.
Right. Well, we can find that out. Look, two other just quick questions. Mr. Farquhar, based on your experience with the bases, the question was asked earlier, certainly in Launceston, staff at the airport there have told me that the base staff in Hobart do come up to Launceston sometimes when they've got sick, overnight crews are sick, or that kind of flexibility is really important for other airports in the state. Is that your understanding as well?
Absolutely. That flexibility is really crucial. It's not easy transitioning staff around a major network carrier like Qantas, Virgin, Jetstar. Jetstar's model is a little bit different because everything's out and back. They don't overnight aircraft. But for Qantas, and it is the aircraft type, it's really critical. You've got a Q400 in Launceston, you can't put them on a 737. You can't interchange crews. You're licensed to certain aircraft types. The A220, the B717, when that started in Launceston, that crew would start in Hobart of a morning, go up to Melbourne, maybe up the Sunshine Coast, back down, and then finish the day in Launceston, overnight Launceston, and go back the other way. That ability to position crews to maximise flying time of your aircraft. Aircraft in the air make money for airlines, not on the ground, and that's really critical. Flexibility of crewing is really important. The Hobart base and what Hobart crews brought to the product was excellent, and we were always getting comments about the fact that these guys were invested in Tasmania, and they demonstrated that to their customers.
Indeed. Last question, just the dynamics, I suppose, from Tourism Tasmania. You probably know the numbers, or certainly the department would, in terms of the equivalence of attracting people on ferries who are coming over with cars or motorbikes to have holidays here versus airfares. Are they competitive with each other? I just always wanted to know whether there is a competitive tension between getting the ferries full and getting tourists in that way versus airfares and hire cars and hotels.
If I lean on my Qantas days, and I had a fair few of them, and particularly in Tasmania, we didn't consider the ferry a competitor in any way, shape or form. It was a different type of market segment. Certainly for Tasmanians, the old story of the husband will be in the car, taking the car over, and the wife and kids are on the plane, and we'll see you in Melbourne, which still rings true. What we're trying to do moving forward in developing a Tasmanian access, aviation and access strategy is try to get TT Line and the airlines, the airports, working together, how we can get some alignment in how we attract people to Tasmania. But, you know, with the caravans and campers, they're always going to be in high demand for the Spirits, and that's what we want the Spirits for. That's a significant freight vehicle. But how we can integrate and work with TT Line in an airline and airport sense is what we're trying to unlock going into the future.
Just as a matter of interest, but a while back when I met with the council, the West Coast Council down in Queenstown, they were talking about funding for upgrading their runway in Strahan. Is there anything happening in regards to that? Is that part of the? Is there any pitches at all with the $5 million fund for services in and out of Strahan?
No, so I think that was mentioned possibly in the context of the federal election and the upgrades there around RFGS. But in terms of regular air services, there's nothing into Strahan at the moment. There was a trial run with Aviation during the COVID lockdowns that attracted very few passengers. It survived about 18 months, but once the funding, the government funding support was withdrawn, the service couldn't stand up. So as far as I'm aware, there's no other regular services operating in for passenger traffic.
No one's bidded in your $5 million fund for a route?
No.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thanks, Senator Whish-Wilson. Just one question to you, Minister, before we go. I'm very aware of time. You've spoken about aircraft type, and I think if I look at where, say, QantasLink is at the moment with the aircraft that they're flying into northern Tasmania, which are half of life Q400-8s, I don't believe that type of aircraft is being manufactured anymore, and that would go also for the Saab aircraft that Rex fly, and I think some of the other smaller airlines with their fleet as well. Part of the broader national strategic conversation with respect to the infrastructure that is going to be required, the changing regulatory environment that will apply as well, is the cliff that's coming towards us, whether you're going to drop off it or run into it, being considered with respect to what might be required with the fleet that's coming up. I mean, I'm not sure what the timeframes are around that, but there's a finite point there, isn't there? And if it's going from propeller turboprop aircraft to jets, for example, all of the conversations that we've had with the airports and the owners of the airports with respect to regulation and everything that flows on from that are only going to get more expensive. So the viability issue crops up. Is that part of the national strategic conversation?
It needs to be, because it's no good subsidising passengers onto an isolated area but then not having the planes to do it. And Sharp raised this with us a couple of times now to highlight the acuteness of it, and that we need to understand that as well, because, as you said, several of the plane types that have been used in over the recent decades are no longer manufactured, so they need to find something economic and viable. There's pressure on fuel costs all the time, so minimisation of fuel, and that's becoming a harder point to be able to afford to have those the type of aircraft doing those runs. So it certainly needs to be part of the long-term viable look at all these isolated areas, because I think it will. I don't want to be a cliff, I don't want to run in the cliff, I don't want to fall off the cliff. I'd rather have the uptake of air from the cliff to sort of get us up and over it. But if we don't start talking about it now and put it into calculations, it will bite us big time.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Can I thank you for evidence? I think there might have been a couple of things that you've taken on notice, so if you could have the answers to those questions back to us by the 17th of March, please. Thank you for being here today, and particularly thank you, Minister, for making the time available. It's very much appreciated to have a minister in front of the committee.
We do get lots of ministers refusing to come before the Senate from state government, so appreciate you coming.
Okay.
Won't name any names. But
Thanks for the opportunity. We're all in together.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good. In Devonport, yeah, different businesses, yeah, but at the same time, yeah. Kerry and I started our carpentry and joinery apprenticeships at the same time. Different business. He was working for Terry Matthews. I was working for Brian.
What about businessmen in the northwest that they go into politics? I thought he was a farmer.
No, worked in construction and then local government. Yeah.
Yeah, it was interesting. He said they were open-minded to discussions about hospital control. Couldn't get
No. No.
Yes, we are.
We are we? Okay, we'll recommence. I now welcome representatives from Business Northwest and the Devonport Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Now we have Mr. Jones here from Business Northwest, and Ms Connolly, I understand, on the phone. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you both. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? Mr Jones, I'll come to you first.
Ian Jones, President of Business Northwest.
Ms Connolly.
Claire Connolly, President of the Devonport Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Thank you. I will invite you each to make an opening statement should you desire to do so, and at the conclusion of that we'll go to questions. Mr Jones.
Thank you, Senator. Just a personal recollection. My father was born nearby the airport and farmed land with his family at East Cam, which is where I live these days. And returning from the war in Kokoda, a few years later, he married a beautiful nurse from Spencer Hospital, which is obviously was nearby. But my mother's sister also married an ex-serviceman, a gentleman by the name of Ernest Williams. And I mention this because Uncle Ern worked for A&A Ansett, managing the airport for 28 years. I recently uncovered video footage of him resplendent in his grey dust coat attending to a DC-3 back in the early 60s. And anyway, his son, Alan, got a job as a casual baggage handler, which is, I think, where our current airport CEO started as well. And Alan went on to have a 42-year career with TAA, Australian Airlines and Qantas, having executive positions in Melbourne, Sydney, Adelaide, New Zealand and Los Angeles, before ending his career in Canberra managing the Australian government account. And I tell that story to illustrate the personal nature of an airport. You know, you're here. This increase in fares could mean one operator electing not to provide services to Wynyard, leaving the other with a monopoly. That could lead to even higher prices and potentially cessation of services, leaving us dependent on airports at Devonport or Launceston. And we certainly don't want to be another Wyalla. As I've stated in our submission, we are heavily dependent upon Burnie Airport for the travel of business people coming and going to do business here or on the mainland. If the airport were to close or impose very high fares, then business folks would need to travel to Devonport, which could well be in the same situation, or Launceston, which obviously increases their transport costs. An extra 90 minutes of travel each way, plus parking is obviously more expensive up there. Most community leaders in regional Australia perform multiple roles or wear many hats. I'm no different. One of my hats is via the TCCI directorship. I'm chair of Clean Energy Tasmania, which is the peak body for renewable energy proponents. We have many potential large construction projects planned for the northwest and west coasts over the next 10 years. $15 billion strong mix of renewable energy projects plus 2 potential new mines down the west coast. We cannot supply the number of workers required from local sources, so we'll need hundreds of FIFO personnel. Without Burnie Airport, there could be 500 workers flying in fortnightly to other airports without our airport and require transportation to Burnie and beyond. This not only consumes valuable project time, but increases emissions, which is what the renewables projects are trying to decrease. Our preferred mechanism for the recoup of security system operating costs is for a small levy on every air ticket nationwide. An extra $10 on tickets would not be a showstopper for general air travel, but $1.6 billion would help to subsidise the security costs of all airports, especially regional airports nationwide. And I do recall that in the early 90s, the federal government levied an extra 0.5% on high income earners to pay for the Timor operations. So this wouldn't be something an isolated incident. You know, it's called national security for a reason, so the nation should be paying for it. And you know, Burnie Airport would be responsible to ensure safe passage into Tullamarine for passengers, plus also for citizens on the ground. Another thought, and actually I think you went towards this earlier, Senator Colbeck, was to replicate the Tasmanian Freight Equalisation Scheme. And sea freight between Tasmania and Victoria is assisted by the TFES. The amount of assistance is based on the difference between the freight costs of moving the goods by sea and the notional freight cost of moving them by road over an equivalent distance. Likewise, the Bass Strait Passenger Vehicle Equalisation Scheme, BSPVES, provides the same type of support for ferry operators for Tasmanian passengers. This is something we should consider to support passenger air travel between Tasmania and Victoria. The good book, Australia's Constitution here, states trade, commerce and intercourse among the states shall be absolutely free. And please, whilst that doesn't mention air travel, this was written before air travel started. So anyway, that would, I'll leave you to contemplate that. Thank you.
Mr Jones, Ms Connolly.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. The Devonport Airport is the most strategically important aviation asset for the northwest coast. It's the only airport in our region capable of accommodating larger aircraft, yet it remains significantly underutilised. As a result, businesses, residents and visitors are often forced to travel to Launceston or Hobart for competitive fares, better schedules and more destinations. This leakage directly undermines regional productivity, visitor spending and economic growth. Approximately 400,000 to 450,000 passengers continue to bypass Devonport for cheaper flights and more options, putting Devonport and the broader northwest at a significant cost disadvantage. Just an example of this, I'm travelling to Sydney in a couple of weeks. Devonport to Sydney, approximately 1,200 return. Launceston to Sydney, half that at around 590. I suspect Devonport is one of the most profitable regional airports or routes for Qantas, in particular in Australia. Furthermore, Devonport is not promoted as the gateway to the northwest or Cradle Mountain, and this, we believe, is a huge missed opportunity for Tasmania, particularly as aviation is the primary entry point for visitors into our state. We believe the current ownership and operating model of the airport is no longer delivering what we need, and a revised model, including potential private investment, could unlock new routes, competitive services and prices, and greater freight capability and opportunities. Our message is fairly simple. We want a genuine regional equity in aviation. If we achieve this, we suspect we can achieve more competitive fares, delivering more meaningful economic growth for Devonport and the northwest more broadly. In addition to looking at ownership and operating structures, we firmly support new route development, direct services into other areas, as well as better activation of the airport master plan that's been in place for a number of years. We also need to look at other issues such as transport to and from the Devonport Airport. But we believe that with the right approach, Devonport Airport can unlock enormous economic value for Tasmania. Just as an aside, this wasn't in the submission, but there was a private operator looking at cargo and freight opportunities in the Northwest early last year, and I believe they were looking at the Regional Aviation Attraction Fund, and at the time they were advised that the fund was fully allocated or closed. There seems to be interest, but there seems to be a lack of engagement, I guess, in terms of responding to that potential private interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Connolly. Do you want to start, Senator Lambie? I heard you fired up there.
I am. I'm just questioning about the person that was told that the fund is now closed or whatever. The aviation fund that you were just talking about?
Yes.
It'd be great if you'd be able to contact that person for the committee and ask them if they'd like to send in the letter that they were provided from State Growth in Tasmania. A copy of that letter would be fabulous. I'm assuming they were told by correspondence, not by telephone. Something would have been written down. It would be nice to be able to get that correspondence, because that is not how we understood it here an hour ago. So that's all I have.
Follow that one up.
Yeah, thank you so much. That's all I have. Thank you so much, and thanks for coming on. Appreciate it, Ms Connolly.
Thank you. Senator DeLuga.
Thanks very much, and thanks for your appearance today. Ms Connolly, I was just having a look this morning through your submission to the committee. I'm generally one of those people who is overwhelmingly opposed to privatisation of public assets, so I was quite concerned reading that in your submission. It's generally the case that taxpayers often continue footing the bills while profits go to big corporations. How would you feel about the Devonport Council in particular operating in a partnership with TAS ports rather than just full-on privatisation?
You'll see in the submission there's some accompanying background detail, and a consortium bid was actually put forward several years ago, which brought together a number of local governments as well as some private and or public partnerships that was proposed. We would support something of that nature to deliver, the best outcomes for the Devonport Airport.
Thank you. And I guess a question to you both. Do you believe that the current number of QantasLink flights operating from Devonport and Burnie provides residents of the Northwest Tasmania with sufficient and affordable access to the mainland? Mr James, did you want to start potentially?
Yes, I think that, as someone made the point earlier, Qantas is a commercial operation, so if they...
But they make a lot of money. Let's just stop feeling sorry for a multi-billion-dollar company.
Oh, so I'm not feeling sorry for it.
Okay, sure, yep, okay. Let's just...
I would be the last...
They are very profitable business, yeah.
Yeah, I'd be the last person to feel sorry for Qantas.
Okay, yep, thank you.
But what I'm looking at is if there was more demand, they would put more planes on.
Would cheaper fares create more demand?
Yes, they would. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Ms Connolly.
Look, we've seen a number of scheduled flights come off the program for Devonport in the last 12 to 18 months as Qantas has transitioned to a newer fleet, but we're yet to see all of those scheduled time slots come back onto the program, which is concerning. It has an impact on business travellers, particularly those that are leaving early in the morning and returning late at night, and it has a flow-on effect as well.
Absolutely. And has Qantas given you any reasons? We've been getting some different stories from the reasons why some of the timetable changes have been occurring in Devonport in particular. Have you been given any reasons as to why they've changed or are looking at changing the summer timetable?
Not recently. Look, the last I spoke with them, it was a transition period to the new fleet, and that has impacts in terms of staffing and crew and so on. So I believe there was a commitment that they would return all of the scheduled flights, but we're still seeing at least one flight a day not on that program.
Thank you. And when it comes to the Burnie Airport with Qantas, Mr. Jones, I asked the Mayor before as well, there's very limited capacity for passengers to be able to leave and come back in the same day. Is that of concern to you?
Yes, it is. I've used Rex to go over to Melbourne and come back in the one day, and I think I had a 9 o'clock meeting. I think I had 4 meetings in Melbourne around the CBD, and I could still get back that day. So Qantas really isn't meeting the business people demand.
Okay, excellent. When it comes to the acquisition of Rex and following the administration, has that helped to secure more affordability and choice for people in the Northwest, or is it just maintain the status quo?
Well, having Rex, if we didn't have Rex, we'd be in a lot of problems, I think, because Qantas could exercise their muscle and drive fares up, or even withdraw from this market and only operate out of Devonport, which would be as I said earlier, we're going to have hundreds of FIFO workers coming in for probably a 5 to 8 year period. We will need all the extra capacity of those new planes to look after those, probably plus charter operators coming in. So we want more services here. I understand that airlines react to what the market, or I hope they react to what the market needs.
But again, just to clarify as well, like obviously the fares play a big part of that in what customers and what travellers, and so cheaper airfares would bring more demand to the services.
Yes, most certainly, because people, especially families, do drive through to Launceston, because if you can save $100 on every airfare in a family, there's $400 or $500 you can save. So, and that's a couple of nights accommodation.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Chair.
Senator Wilson. Just a couple of quick questions. With the freight equalisation scheme, intuitively it's a good proposal to extend it to passengers. I was just wondering, is there an effective subsidy in place at the moment for passengers on the ferry? There is.
Yes. I can't tell you how much it is.
Yeah, I figured there was, but I'd be keen to know.
Yeah, I can obviously find out and feed that back to you. But it's it's been around for quite a number of years as well.
Rebates for vehicles, not for passengers.
For vehicles, but
Yeah,
is there not a rebate for passengers, but is there an effective subsidy though, like in terms of the government or the state or federal government providing any funding for ferry tickets?
No,
just
for vehicles.
At a cost
Just
per
a
cut?
vehicle. Yeah.
Just at a vehicle, okay.
We
Interesting.
tried though. We thought that'd thing $50 each way, but no one will come in.
Okay. You mentioned clean energy projects and 2 new mines. Senator Lambert and I were just wondering what the 2 new mines were, as a matter of interest.
Renison and Mount Lyell reopening.
An expansion at Renison?
Yes.
Okay, and the other one, sorry?
Mount Lyell is there will be a decision made on if Mount Lyell reopens, I believe, in April.
Right.
So if that opened, that would require a lot of workers.
With clean energy, I mean, we could apply to mines as well. You mentioned the possibility of getting a high net worth levy to help fund this, or just a general levy on airfares. Would it be worth renewable energy projects are offering funds for community benefits all around the country now to help get social licence in place. Is that something that the clean energy projects could consider in Tasmania?
I think the clean energy proponents would rather put the money into the community than, I guess, into the pockets of Qantas or Rex.
Oh, I wasn't suggesting that. I was suggesting other ways. Oh, I'm not suggesting anything. I was just interested if that had come up at all in.
No, it hasn't come up, Senator. No.
Right. There'll be other ways to perhaps help lower the costs for these airports.
Yes.
Without giving the money directly to the businesses.
Yep, that could be something we could consider.
Okay, that's it for me, Chair. Yep.
Okay, thanks. Can I just go to the recent service levels that have occurred across the 2 ports, particularly over the summer with the transition? And from your perspective, Mr. Jones, do you have an understanding, I mean, I probably should have asked this of Burnie Airport here, where the passenger numbers have recovered since COVID?
Yes, I do. I think Burnie has recovered to a higher level than before COVID, whereas Devonport has not recovered to the pre-COVID level.
Yeah, and well, that was the point I was going to make, Ms. Connolly, because that would go to the fact that the seat capacity at Devonport, by virtue of the 7 flights a week that have been taken out of the program or the schedule, are effectively limiting capacity through that port. Would that, as I understand it?
I agree, and I also feel that sometimes flights may be cancelled because they aren't full.
Do you have any do you have any data on cancellations over the summer period, and whether that has improved? I mean, one of the rationales given by Qantas was to improve serviceability and reliability with the new aircraft. Do you have any information on the on the service provision?
Not at hand, Senator.
So what feedback are you getting, and I'm happy to take this from both of you at the respective airports, with respect to the rate of cancellation on particularly business operators? I think you referred to it, Mr. Jones, earlier in your submission about being able to rely on service. I'd just be interested in your respective views of the impact on business.
Yeah, I think the cancellation rate is lower now with the newer flights. I was subject to, I think, 2 cancellations by Qantas with the old 300s, and when you've travelled 26 hours back from Europe, it's not exactly what you want to have.
The last thing you want to see.
Yes, instead of flying back at 10 o'clock in the morning, I got here at 5:30 that night. So that was in the old days. With the new planes, I think they're much more reliable. They need to be because there's less of them, of course. Claire?
Ms. Connolly.
Yeah, I don't have any evidence of cancellations, but I'm certainly hearing that it's happening quite often, and also hear that a lot of travellers don't want to book with Rex because there's an increased risk of reliability as well, with potentially more cancellations.
Have you had any feedback on the impact of travellers being forced to stay overnight because of longer flights?
Yes, I just referenced a friend of mine who owns a local motel, and I know they've done a little bit of incremental business because of these flights not proceeding. So, well, perversely, it's a local business benefit in that sense, but potentially a cost to people who are travelling. Yes, exactly. Yeah,
Ms. Connolly.
I'd agree.
With the impact on the flights, or that one flight out, have you had any commentary with respect to connectivity and how that affects ongoing travel? And I don't usually do this, but I'm happy to say I'm tired of spending time in airport lounges because of lack of connectivity. So is everyone seconding that? Okay, well, that's, so we're on a unity ticket here, and I think it's all in the interest of getting the services resumed. So, but I'm interested in what you're hearing from the local chamber's perspective. Mr. Jones first.
Yes, I literally had someone mention this to me the other day that was travelling with, interestingly enough, it was a relative of mine relocating their mother-in-law to live with them in Canberra, and because of her frail condition, it was very risky just getting from, you get off a plane, you get on a bus, you go all the way around the airport to come back to a spot which is literally in a straight line
where the plane you got
100 metres away, and this poor lady in her 90s on a walking frame. Then they had to get to the next lounge. So they got lucky because the plane was delayed, but they probably would have missed that flight, and it's because of that. If we had security this end, it would have gone straight through.
So that goes to service provision. Ms Connolly?
Yeah, I hear stories all the time. With limited flights in and out of Devonport, 3 a day at the moment, if one of those flights is delayed or cancelled, the connectivity from Melbourne to other destinations is impacted, and that that results in further expenditure that people need to outlay, time that is spent in airport lounges, and time that comes at a cost to business as well.
Okay. I think we've exhausted our questions. Can I thank you both for your evidence today? If you've taken anything on notice, can I ask that you have it to us by the 17th of March? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I now welcome representatives from Launceston Airport and from Hobart Airport. So from Launceston Airport we have Ms Katie Cooper and Mr Martin Grace, and from Hobart Airport via teleconference Mr Norris Carter. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, can I ask you to state your names and the capacity in which you appear today? And we'll start with you here in the room, Ms Cooper.
Sure. So my name's Catherine Cooper, Chief Executive Officer for Launceston Airport.
My name's Martin Grace. I am the Aviation Manager for Launceston Airport.
Mr Norris. Mr Carter.
I'm Norris Carter, Hobart Airport.
Thank you, Mr Carter. I now invite you to make short opening statements. We'll start with Launceston, and then we'll go to questions.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. Thank you very much for the opportunity to appear before the committee today. Launceston Airport serves as an essential transport and infrastructure asset for northern Tasmania. In the financial year of 2025, we handled more than 1.4 million passengers, which has been our busiest year on record. For Tasmania, as an island state, aviation is not merely a convenience, but it is a necessity, with almost 90% of interstate travel occurring by air. Launceston Airport contributes $81.7 million to Tasmania's gross state product and supports 678 jobs. Tourists arriving through our airport contribute more than $1.3 billion to Tasmania's economy, and we also serve as a critical hub for emergency services, including companies like the Royal Flying Doctor Service, and also support vital freight operations for our agriculture, aquaculture and seafood industries. Tasmania's aviation network comprises multiple airports working together to serve the state's connectivity needs. Alongside my colleagues from Hobart Airport that are appearing with us today, the state is also served by smaller regional facilities. Here we are in Wynyard, in Flinders Island and King Island. Tasmania's aviation network faces unique challenges which create natural constraints on route economics, on frequency and on aircraft capacity. The challenges we face here are reflective of many of the issues that are affecting regional Australia across and throughout Australia. I would like to highlight three key themes from our submission. First, the airport charges represent a modest component of overall domestic airfares. The majority of ticket prices are reflecting the airline's operating costs. Effective policy responses to affordability concerns need to consider the full spectrum of cost drivers, and that is to deliver meaningful outcomes that we're all seeking for customers. Secondly, regional airports face structural financial challenges. We must meet the same federally mandated safety and security obligations as larger facilities, yet these compliance requirements represent a disproportionate cost burden for airports with limited commercial revenue. And thirdly, the termination of the Commonwealth Security Screening Support has created real financial pressures. Security screening imposes substantial fixed costs, regardless of passenger volumes, and for smaller airports, these costs can create a significant barrier to entry and significant barriers to service viability. Our submission makes 7 recommendations to support regional aviation sustainability, covering infrastructure funding, security cost support, workforce development and appropriate regulatory thresholds. And we welcome the opportunity to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Cooper. Mr Carter.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I'm sure over the course of this inquiry you've heard how vital aviation connections are in Australia, and this is especially true for us here on our island state of Tasmania. Hobart Airport's the primary aviation gateway connecting Tasmania with the mainland and the world. 2/3 of the people coming to and from Tasmania each year pass through our terminal. We welcome about 2.9 million passengers each year, and this is forecast to grow to 3.5 million by 2030. Now, while Hobart Airport is classified as an inter-regional airport, the success of Tasmania's visitor economy and the necessity of air travel over Bass Strait means we probably have more in common with our major airport counterparts like Adelaide, Canberra and Cairns than our regional counterparts like Burnie, Devonport and King and Flinders Island. From Hobart Airport you can fly to all of Australia's capital cities except Darwin, to Newcastle, Gold Coast and internationally to New Zealand and the Wilkins Ice Aerodrome in Antarctica. After our recent runway upgrade, we're now working to establish a direct international service to an Asian hub such as Hong Kong or Singapore, which is forecast to bring over $122 million of additional economic activity for Tasmania's tourism and export sectors. While some of our routes are thin or seasonal services, we have found that once established, they've proven to be sustainable and competitive in the long term, in line with the size of each market. Hobart Airport doesn't connect to any of Tasmania's intrastate regional destinations with passenger services, but we do recognise that aviation access to Australia's regional and remote communities is absolutely essential for economic and social wellbeing. But while we don't really encounter significant obstacles in attracting and maintaining sustainable services, we are sympathetic to the challenges that more regional and remote airports face in accessing and maintaining reliable, affordable aviation services for their communities. Thanks again for the invitation to appear today, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you. Thank you both. Senator Lambie.
I just wanted to know, just quickly, is there any indication of any further international movement from the Hobart Airport? I know that you've got New Zealand's coming in now. Is there anything else for the future that might look viable for international?
Yeah, we're talking to Singapore Airlines in Singapore, obviously, and Cathay Pacific in Hong Kong about flying. Now that we've upgraded the runway, they can stop, which makes the economics workable. Lines have expressed interest. They understand Tasmania very well, understand both the tourism and produce export opportunities. Challenge that they're telling us have availability of fleet. There have been supply chain constraints with the aircraft manufacturers really since COVID that they haven't recovered from yet. And so all the airlines around the world are waiting for new to arrive. And it's certainly the case that it is very competitive. You know, we're competing with almost every other airport in the Asia Pacific region and beyond for that airline capacity. But that said, as I said, we are having fruitful conversations, and those are progressing.
What about any deals on produce coming straight from Tasmania? Have we got any better at that
that's
yet?
something both airlines are interested in. They're exploring with particularly Cathay the potential to get some egg charters over the summer, things like lobsters and cherries into Hong Kong and China. The real opportunity is passenger aircraft, because 90% of the world's air freight goes in the bellies of passenger aircraft. So the economics of those two, both passengers and freight together on the same aircraft, are quite compelling.
No worries. Thank you, Chair. I have no further questions.
Senator Bush-Wilson.
Yes, could I just, Ms. Cooper, you mentioned that the airport's costs are only a small percentage of the fare costs. In your submission, you said an independent analysis by Intervistas demonstrates that aeronautical charges represent only 7.6% of domestic airfares. How close would that be to the case for Launceston as an airport?
So the independent analysis, which was commissioned by the Australian Airports Association, and that was undertaken by Intervistas, is to demonstrate that the aeronautical charges only represent that 7.6. So the breakdown of what that showed was that 82% of that is based on airline fares, because they obviously have operating costs, crew wages, fuel, aircraft leasing, etc. And the 2.3% is obviously for also the ancillary aircraft charges, and there's an 8.9% that is for government taxes and fees. So that would be what we think is about an industry standard, and we're in.
Makes up the 100% of the fare costs, and obviously that would discounting would be difficult to probably bring into that in terms of modelling.
Yes.
Depending on what the standard airfare might be. Okay, and is that airports regulated at all in terms of the costs you charge?
We're not regulated in the sense of a regulated market, but we do have to report on that through the ACCC and also not so much regionals, I should say. But it is we're not a regulated price. Did you want to add to that, Mark?
Yeah, absolutely. So, as you may be aware, the federal government has aeronautical pricing principles that we comply with when we're engaging with airlines to set our pricing structure.
Yeah.
So, it's not regulated, but it is. There are guidelines.
And that'd be pretty tough to negotiate with, wouldn't they, the airlines on some of these?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, I can concur with that.
Okay. And for example, your partner is Launceston City Council. Just remind me, they have 49% or?
No, so we're owned by a parent company, and there is a financial interest of 10%.
10%. Okay, sorry.
Launceston, but it's not an equity share; it's a different type of arrangement, but it's similar principles.
So you don't they don't share the same returns that you do. Would that be fair to say, as a 10% equity holder in the airport?
Just to be clear, they're not an equity holder.
They're
not an equity holder. They have
Right.
a financial interest in the airport, but it's not actually equity.
Sounds complicated. So
yeah. But if we make a return and if we pay out a dividend, then they get an equivalent amount, but it's called an interest payment. Yeah.
Okay, because I was just thinking broadly, if you're making a return and the council, at least local government, is a partner, there's some benefit there to ratepayers and to.
If it's paid out, yeah. If we achieve that payment out, yeah.
Okay, and what's the situation with Hobart Airport, Mr. Carter?
We have 3 shareholders, and so when we make profit, dividends or other distributions to them.
Okay, and Hobart City Council is not a shareholder?
No, it's not. Our shareholders are Care Super, which was a TAS plan, which then merged to become Spirit Super, and then Air Super. RIC, which is the Queensland Government's investment arm, and the Royal Schiphol Group, which is the Dutch airport operator.
Okay, thank you. So, could I ask, in terms of Tassie, obviously every state has security issues at airports, but we in particular have a very strong emphasis on biosecurity. Is it extra cost for Tasmanian airports to comply with our biosecurity regime here?
So for me to...
Yeah,
yes?
yeah.
So there is an additional cost as far as we need to comply with additional regulations in Tasmania compared to perhaps some other states. But other states also have biosecurity rules, so it is quite dependent.
But you don't see sniffer dogs at every turntable in collecting your luggage in Melbourne Airport, for example, or Sydney, but you do in Tassie.
Correct.
And so that's state government regulation.
State government regulation.
Okay. And do they provide any assistance in terms of meeting those costs?
It's all met by the state government. We don't.
So they don't put any of it onto you, or
no,
that doesn't get passed on in tickets at all.
No.
Okay. Could I just check in terms of your recommendations? So this is submission 59. You recommend developing a national regional aviation infrastructure strategy aligned with the aviation white paper to provide coordinated planning, shared learning and effective targeting of government support across Commonwealth, state and local governments. Could you just tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, sure. So, absolutely, we would very much advocate for a national aviation infrastructure strategy. Ideally, something maybe along a tiered approach, where the more passengers you have, perhaps the less support that you get. But at the moment, there's a very strict cut-off. Launceston Airport, for example, doesn't meet any of the criteria for the RAP or the RAUP program, so we don't get any assistance under those programs. But of course, we still have challenges in being able to provide appropriate infrastructure for air services to operate. As you'll be aware, particularly in a post-COVID environment, the cost of supplying infrastructure everywhere, but particularly at airports, has gone up significantly. And so it's challenging to be able to put together those business cases you require to be able to upgrade and be able to meet the demand levels that we're experiencing at the moment. We talked a bit before about pre-COVID versus post-COVID passenger numbers, and I'm happy to say that Launceston Airport was one of the fastest airports in the country to get to and exceed pre-COVID passenger levels. So we're currently on track to hit about 1.45 million passengers this financial year, which is substantially above the pre-COVID levels. But to expand capacity to still continue to grow, it is a challenge that we're constantly trying to juggle how those things are funded.
Okay. When you make a number of interesting suggestions for policies, provide dedicated Commonwealth support for security compliance costs, presumably not biosecurity, but other costs. Direct a portion of the passenger movement charge revenue towards regional aviation infrastructure, etc. Set a passenger number threshold, such as 1 million passengers for entry to aviation ombudsman scheme, to ensure proportionate obligations for smaller and regional airports. Could you just tell us a little bit more about that one? And then I've got one final question about all of them.
I think one of the challenges is when you're in a small regional airport, and to be clear, we're above the 1 million threshold, so we wouldn't get the wouldn't get the benefit of that. But where we see it from an industry perspective is that the overhead costs of some of those schemes are prohibitive, and some of the regional airports operate with one, maybe two staff, running the whole facility, and to have them, they're currently doing compliance activities, safety activities, security activities, having them to then have that impost of the additional reporting for the customer is, we think, prohibitive. For larger airports, we can appreciate it. For smaller ones, we think it's really challenging.
Okay. Just in relation to your passenger movement charge and the possibility of directing revenue from the charge towards regional aviation infrastructure and security, I understand that the charge is around $70 per person ticket at the moment. It's only for passengers leaving Australia. Right. Are you proposing that we do that internally?
No, we're proposing that a proportion of that funding, so that $70 PMC charge that's for international guests currently goes into General Treasury. We're suggesting that a proportion of that federally is actually funded.
I see. It gets earmarked for
the national security. Right. The security requirements that airports are obliged to comply with is really a national security issue. So our challenge is, rather than putting an additional fee onto all passengers because they're travelling, we're saying that there's already a collection of passenger money coming into General Treasury. Can we put a portion of that to actually supplement those regional airports so that that actually gets funded for them?
Okay. Well, certainly some of these suggestions could be really useful. Certainly we're hearing from Burnie Airport this morning and problems at Devonport. I'm just interested if, just overall with all these suggestions, if some of these funding streams were set up and would certainly help meet funding gaps and reduce pressure on airports in Tassie, would it ultimately, for example, through Launceston Airport or Hobart Airport, get passed on to the customer though? I mean, you're for-profit organisations, and this is government funds.
Correct.
How do we ensure that we get cheaper fares to get people here?
If I can answer that in two parts, perhaps, to your question. So, we are a for-profit airport. That's noted. I think most airports are, because we reinvest in our businesses, and that money keeps our maintenance and standards. But the security charges we get are recovered on a cost recovery basis, so they're a pass-through cost to the airlines. We make zero profit on that. So I want to be really clear that security charges we charge, so we wouldn't be making profit if it was funding for a security program. We don't make profit off it now.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Senator Dlugan.
Thanks very much. Thanks for coming along today. I was just going to ask Mr Carter in relation to Hobart Airport, about the cancellations of flights and late departures for Hobart Airport. Do you know the difference in those stats compared to the national averages?
I'm not 100% sure on the comparison with the national averages, but we saw just sample of some statistics since January 2025, so about the last year. We had 25 of what we call terminators, which is the last flight in on the day, cancelled for various causes we don't know, and 13 of our first flight of the day going out cancelled, which I think is about half crew availability and half engineering. So that's overall about 2 or 3%, which is reasonably consistent with the national average, and that was for Qantas.
And would you be able to provide us, I appreciate you might need to take it on notice, the latest up-to-date figures of cancellations, departures and leaving on time and arrivals delayed of Hobart versus the average of Canberra, Cairns, Townsville, Darwin, Newcastle and any other similar-sized airports?
Yeah, I'll see what we can do. I can certainly provide ours, and I'll check what data we have available about the others.
Great, thank you very much. And also, when you're looking at that, would you be able to look at the average fare cost of Hobart Airport compared to Canberra Airport, Cairns, Townsville, Darwin, Newcastle as well? Thanks.
Yeah, okay, I'll see what we can get on that comparison.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, okay. I just want to come back to the concept of the management of infrastructure nationally, which the Minister was talking about previously. Do you believe that the data is available that would enable a viable or a credible forward infrastructure plan and demand for aviation across the country? Do you think that the level of work and planning would exist in that sense, particularly for regional Australia?
Norris, I can jump in here if you like. Yeah, I'll go.
He hasn't said anything, so you're it.
No, I think my answer is variable on that, and the reason because I can't answer for all regional airports. I think there is a lot of airports would have a good pipeline of what their capital requirements are on their life cycle. We would certainly have some good indication of what our forward capital plan looks like for 20 years. We have that when we do our negotiations with airlines. I don't know, and I couldn't comment on some of the smaller regionals, but I know from myself in a previous life when I've been in regional and was more even smaller regional remote airports that we always had a capital. It might not be for the full 20 years, but certainly for 5 or 10, because you're working that far in advance generally that you pull something together. It might not be precise, but it would be very good indicative.
Yeah, and it partly depends on the trigger points at which you would need to put on a piece of infrastructure. So we're actually undergoing ourselves a trigger modelling process at the moment with an aviation consultant to work out at what point do we need to do, say, an upgrade to arrivals or apron size, whatever it might be, so that we have a better idea of how that might, when infrastructure might be required over the next 20 years as our passenger numbers grow over time. So it's certainly, I think, a very common thing amongst airports of our size to do that sort of process.
So I think you've recently added a first piece of new apron infrastructure for a long time that was opened a few weeks ago. I also asked the Minister about aircraft types and what's happening with respect to also redundancy of existing types that are no longer being manufactured. What impact is that having on the planning that you're doing with respect to what you might need to provide in an infrastructure sense, and also what might come at you in a regulatory sense, and the impacts of those things?
It's a good question. I think there is an industry challenge at the moment with regards to aircraft availability, as I think was alluded to, with the manufacturers of aircraft, and their order books are thousands long and they're years waiting. And that, I think, is something that is holding industry up. I don't know if, Martin, you can probably add a bit more flavour onto how it directly affects us, but having that forward look from the manufacturer and knowing what's available, what's being retired, is, as in fleet retirement, is really critical.
Yeah, look, thank you for the question, Senator. The Q400 aircraft has been discussed quite widely today. The most recent model of the Q400 was, I think, manufactured just prior to COVID, so they're not necessarily an old aircraft. There might be old specimens within that fleet, but it's certainly not an old aircraft type. In fact, there are actually discussions to potentially recommence manufacturing at some stage in the next 10 years or so. So I certainly wouldn't write that off as an aircraft type for the time being, but it's certainly true that there are a range of other aircraft within the regional fleet which will probably stop being manufactured around the turn of the century. And so there are challenges, of course, with that, but then there are strategies that airlines can put in place to prolong the life of those assets for a very, very long period of time, and we see that happening internationally all around the world. In terms of what it means for us as an airport, so we actually did take that into account, our trigger modelling process that we went through. We made certain assumptions as to when we might see transitions from, say, the Q400 to the F220 or the E190 to something else, and so forth. So, no, we absolutely do take that into account in our forward planning model.
Okay. How do you manage the impost, if you want to call it that, with respect to the overall regulatory framework? I mean, I'll leave for the moment the screening and security, but it sits alongside the rest of it. But the overall regulatory framework and what requirements there are there, and how you manage cost in that sense.
You're talking about, sort of, just to clarify in the question, so the infrastructure, like the CASA regulation type you're referring to?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
PFAS in there too, if you want.
Well, they're the first airport.
Sorry to mention the war.
They're the first airport in Australia to have their PFAS
cleaned up. I know. The
committee's we've done a lot of work to clean PFAS up, but we're not the polluter of PFAS, as you would well know.
No,
I know.
But it's an ongoing problem, and it's going to be a problem we're actively managing for a very long time. I think the PFAS is one that it is the elephant in the room for a lot of areas, because the cost of that is significant. We're not the polluter, but we certainly are a responsible party trying to resolve that issue with Air Services and with other government agencies. The way, I think I'm understanding your question correctly, but please correct me if I'm wrong, Senator, is, how do we manage our infrastructure costs essentially with the compliance regime? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, but you also have a regulatory overlay as well, and that, I suppose I'm also referring to regulatory creep.
Yeah. Yeah, it's something we actively manage, in the sense that obviously compliance, we get audited, we make sure we're adjusting for that. We do that through a number of mechanisms. Obviously, staff on the day, we work through an auditing process. We do forward plans and forward plans and work plans around what does that look like from a compliance point of view, but it absolutely adds an overhead cost to the business. And I couldn't tell you how much. I'm not sure if Martin's a better numbers man than me, but...
In terms of the regulatory costs on us, look, no, I don't have that figure. I have some data on the regulatory costs to consumers, if you're interested.
Yeah, that certainly would interest us and what contribution that makes.
Yeah, no worries. So Air Services Australia is responsible for managing, I suppose, the navigation of aircraft in both in the air and on the ground, as well as meteorology services and a range of other services as well. And that does get passed through to the consumer. There was an increase in costs at Launceston Airport in, I'm going to say 2023, thereabouts, where particularly for what's called ARF services, aviation rescue and firefighting services, increased quite a lot at at Launceston Airport. In comparison to other airports, it was more of a, I suppose it was more of a per passenger basis across the network, whereas previously, I don't know what the logic was, but it was certainly a lot cheaper out of Launceston previously than it is now. But that
was there a change in the pricing regime?
Pricing regime, that's exactly right.
Applied?
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah. And so, at Launceston Airport, you're talking about, increases of more than double in, say, the ARF's costs applied to the tickets.
Okay. If you could, on notice, quantify that for us. You had a couple more, Senator Wishful.
Just quickly, yes, thanks, Chair. Are both Hobart and Launceston airports members of the Australian Airports Association?
For Launceston we are, yes.
Yep, okay. Mr. Carter?
Yes, we are.
Okay, great. And what about Regional Airports Association? That's another advocacy group.
That's the Regional Airlines Association?
Yeah, sorry, Regional Airlines.
No. We're not a member of that.
You're not? Okay, no worries. So how does it work? Are all airport companies part of this? Part of the, let's just stick with the Australian Airports Association.
The Australian Airports Association, and Norris, feel free to jump in here because he's as familiar with it as I am, is a member-based organisation, so it's voluntary whether or not airports choose to join it. They have a choice, and there's a tiered category of memberships depending on, I think it's either passenger numbers or turnover. I'm not sure what the breakdown is now, and they obviously provide support for us from a number of areas, obviously policy, but also training and industry development.
Okay, and advocacy and lobbying too, correct?
Sure.
I'm just interested in whether any airports go it alone in terms of coming to the federal government to seek what they're after, or whether you use these bodies.
I couldn't answer that on behalf of other airports.
Yeah.
We certainly go through the Australian. We obviously do stuff ourselves if we need to, but we're certainly involved and actively engaged with industry.
Well, perhaps, Chair, the committee could take evidence from these groups, because no doubt they've got some fine-tuned policies and stuff that they're lobbying the federal government for. Just one such example we've put to some morning by Burnie Airport and others is a uniform national levy to fund the cost of airport security. Do you as members support that?
Yeah. As we sort of outlined a little bit earlier, Launceston Airport doesn't support a national levy.
Right.
At the moment, our fees are about between, say, $7.30 and $8 for a security pass-through cost for passengers. Our concern with a national levy is our prices will actually go up, and our passengers will therefore have to pay more. That's why our recommendation is we redistribute either some of the PMC charge, or, quite frankly, security of airports, we believe, is a national security issue, and we believe it should be funded by the federal government the same as all other security national requirements are.
Okay. No,
I'm not sure
someone else should
might have a different view.
Would you like to add anything to that, Mr. Carter?
We've got a similar view. Our security charge is $8.33 a passenger. We work quite hard to keep it competitive and be as efficient as we can. We're not keen on a national levy would put prices up for travellers to and from Hobart, but we recognise, there could be some mechanism to support the smaller airports where this is a much bigger issue.
Okay. I'm just going to give this a try because we didn't get you to appear to our interim inquiry into the closure of bases, or the hearings into the closure of the Hobart base in particular. Do either of your airports have any kind of official view on the closure of those bases?
I'm happy to go first, and if Launceston doesn't. It doesn't really affect us. We have a different aircraft type, and it's something we don't have a view on.
Don't get the staff coming up from Hobart at all.
If the airlines in Launceston have a staffing issue, they'll bring them in from wherever the staff may be it Sydney, Melbourne, Adelaide, Hobart. It could be anywhere. Depends on the aircraft type they've got a problem with, and they'll relocate it. So it's really something we don't have a view on. But I'm sure Norris will probably have a stronger view.
Mr. Carter.
Yeah, look, we acknowledge the effect those base closures have had on the individuals and their families. But in terms of operations at Hobart Airport, we don't see any direct impact on flights to and from Hobart.
Okay. Well, does it have any impact on the economics of the airport?
Not on the airport, no.
What about its operation? So there's no revenue that would come to you from Qantas from having a base in Hobart?
No, because there isn't actually a base. It just means that there are crew who live in Hobart, and as I understand it, it means that they clock on for their days flying where they start in Hobart and finish in Hobart or somewhere else. The change, as I understand it, is that they will start their days flying somewhere else rather than Hobart.
Just as a matter of interest, where did you get your evidence, Mr. Carter, around it not having any impact on services in Hobart?
I'm just saying we haven't seen any that we could attribute to that change, and stated that there wouldn't be any changes to tables or Hobart.
Okay, because my understanding is that it's not going to happen for a while, potentially up to 2 years, and we received a lot of evidence, obviously different evidence from Qantas, but received evidence from a number of stakeholders about how it will negatively impact services out of Hobart. So perhaps just invite you to have a look at the Senate interim report in that regard. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I thank you all for your evidence? If you've taken any questions on notice, and I think you might have taken a couple, if we can have that evidence back by the 17th of March, that would be useful. The committee will now break for lunch and resume at 2:10. Right. Welcome back, everybody. I now welcome Mr Sharp and Mr Dorwood from Sharp Airlines. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear today, and then we'll go to questions after opening statements, if you have one.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Malcolm Sharp, Managing Director of Sharp Airlines.
Alistair Dorwood, Chief Executive Officer, Sharp Airlines.
Do you have an opening statement?
I do, thank you. So I'm Managing Director of Sharp Airlines. I'm also the Chairman of the Regional Aviation Association of Australia. We represent 130 member companies, including 50 air operators. I'm joined here today, obviously, with Alistair Dorwood, our CEO. We've been continually running our business for 35 years, making us one of the longest continually operating private airlines in Australia. We employ over 100 wonderful employees nationally, and including around 30 employees in Launceston, making us one of Tasmania's largest employers of skilled aviation personnel. We operate 23 19-seat turboprop aircraft across 5 states. We're about 80% FIFO and freight, and we're about 20% airline services. That 20% is purely dedicated to the Tasmanian network through King Island and Flinders Island. I want to make it clear from the outset, it's not theoretical for me. I personally flew the service into King Island last night in pretty ordinary conditions. Did one go around, got in on the second attempt. I had 32 passengers, included 18 golfers in and out, and I've got around 40 years of flying into King Island. So it's first-hand for me, and I know the challenges that Tasmanians particularly face trying to access reliable air services. And I know the challenges provided them. When I first started the services into Flinders Island, I was called some shiny ass from Melbourne, but I'm hardly that. I grew up in regional Victoria. Grew up in regional Victoria in farming and tourism, so I know firsthand in a little town called Branxholme in Western Victoria, in the ex-speaker, I think, or the past speaker's electorate there. Regional aviation is not a luxury. It's an essential national infrastructure. Flinders Island has had 10 airline operators in 40 years. But we arrived there 15 years ago and we immediately created stability. So in the previous 25 years, the other 9 airlines, you can do the maths, haven't lasted long. We've lasted there for 15 years, so we must be doing something right. The same is for King Island. We've been operating services into King Island for 15 years. At present, Sharp Airlines is receiving short-term support from the Tasmanian Government to maintain these essential services, and we appreciate that support. But it is temporary, and it highlights the core issue that regional aviation is being held together by reactive, state-based patchwork measures rather than a coherent national strategy. Regional airlines operate on very thin or no margins. Since COVID, our Tasmanian service has not been profitable due to rising labour costs, maintenance, airport charges and compliance. Costs that have increased faster than regional communities can absorb through airfares. The cost of you can buy a new 19-seat aircraft if you've got a spare $9 million US to put out there. So that's about 14 Aussie at the moment, with the dollar around perhaps 70 cents, don't check my maths. But that's a lot of money, and even at interest rates, we wouldn't be able to support that even if we just paid interest only. The collapse of Rex was not simply a business failure, it was a national warning. Over several years, governments at all levels have spent over $300 million in route underwriting. That includes COVID, aviation support, fee waivers and emergency interventions trying to keep Rex afloat. And critically, the evidence shows Rex was not holding together the national network. We did our own port analysis, and 40 of the 46 routes Rex operated, there was already another airline flying, or the state confirmed that another operator would immediately step in. Only 5 or 6 ports had no alternatives, and I know that because most of them rang me and asked if we could support their communities. Places like Ceduna, Cooper Pedy, King Island, all those ports, Merimbula, etc. The ultimate outcome we feel is deeply concerning. Much of the taxpayer-funded help preserve the value that is now flowing to an overseas investment group, a foreign firm with no connection to Australia, no link to regional communities, and no long-term future for Tasmania's essential air services. We feel that those hundreds of millions could have instead strengthened the entire regional aviation sector, and it could have supported a number of long-standing regional operators, could have modernised our fleets, underwritten essential services and provided stability. Other nations have already implemented similar structural solutions. In the United States, I'm sure that the senators would be aware, but they have an Essential Air Service Act over there. New Zealand has already introduced a $30 million regional airline support package. They all recognise that essential routes must be protected and not left to chance. Australia must modernise its approach in the same way. As I've heard other proponents here talk today, we fully support a regional aviation investment fund, a permanent preventative mechanism funded from a portion of the passenger movement charge. It would support fleet renewal, workforce development, technology and relieve disproportionate cost measures. We must also address one of the greatest inequities, which is the security charges. At Melbourne, you'd hardly miss it at just under $2. As we heard, I think earlier today, if they bring it in here at Wynyard Burnie, it's going to be around $80 a ticket. And that's just not sustainable, and it's not supporting, regional Australia. So a uniform national levy would distribute these unavoidable costs fairly and immediately through strengthening these vital routes. So in summary, without structural reform, the outcome is predictable. There'll be more route closures, there'll be more regional and remote communities isolated, more emergency interventions and more collapses like wrecks. We're not asking for special treatment, we're just asking to be recognised for the services that we supply to regional and remote Australia. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator McKenzie.
Thank you very much for your evidence today. I think it's incredibly important to hear not just from Sharp Airlines but from somebody who's had such a broader examination of regional airline issues through your chairmanship of Regional Airline Association. I just wanted to understand the regulatory compliance costs and airport charges impact on the commercial viability. You mentioned how much it costs to keep your fleet upgraded and to, if you were to, turn it over. But when it comes to regulatory and compliance costs to run an airline, Mr. Dowd, maybe you could
certainly.
give us some
Kenzie.
details.
Airport fees, obviously, the airports that we fly to in our scheduled passenger network are largely council-owned. King Island, Flinders Island. Our Flinders Island passenger and landing charges in the last calendar year was about $390,000. King Island was $184,000, Burnie was $165,000 in passenger fees. Launceston was lower at $97,000, and Essendon Airport, mainland Australia, I actually don't have that number handy, but I can provide.
Yeah, on notice, because you do have quite a large network, I'd appreciate the difference, because we're not just Tasmanian focused today, we just happen to be broadcasting.
Absolutely, and I know you spoke to Katie Cooper from Launceston Airport. Our passenger fee for Launceston Airport, we don't have screening, obviously, because we operate out of our own terminal. Our aircraft size doesn't require screening. Is about $5.50 per passenger, and it ranges up to about $18.90 per passenger for Burnie Airport. So, and anywhere in between.
And just to make mention that passenger charges and landing charges at Flinders Island at just under $400,000 is spread only over 10,000 passengers. It's nearly $40 a head we pay and that's towards the council there, which obviously they need to use to protect the airport.
And we heard from them this morning.
In previous discussions with the council, the fees they collect off us doesn't even hit 50% of their operating cost of the airfield. So.
Yeah. The councils also gave us evidence this morning around the federal government not extending the regional airport and aviation support that previous governments had in place in order for airports to actually access money to upgrade their facilities. Do you get a sense from the federal government that there is adequate support for regional aviation? I thought, Mr. Sharp, your comments were quite sharp. With respect particularly to how the government's handled the Rex issue, because it's not just Sharp Airlines that could have stepped up and stepped into this situation. There is a vast number of regional operators across the country, in excess of 40, as I understand, that could have had the opportunity to grow if they had. And I'd just like you to expand on that.
Yes, certainly. Obviously, wearing my other hat as the chair of the RAAA, there were a number of members that came forward who did approach the minister, and we approached them collectively, and approached the minister collectively, and basically, for want of a better phrase, got crickets, and that we really felt that we had a voice. We've got a lot of experience between the operators in Australia, and we could have really put a great solution that would have kept the investment in the country. And by the way, I mean, we're in risk mitigation. Why not spread that risk over 5 or 6, major regional airlines in Australia than one overseas entity, which it doesn't figure for me.
And have you received any follow-up dialogue with the minister or her office or the department around the outcomes of the decision to have a US provider?
We haven't quite questioned the minister on that area, but I can say that previous requests we put to a meeting have really met to next to nothing. Yeah.
Right. Do you think they've made the right decision?
I suppose, Senator, time will tell. But no, not if I was mitigating the risk for Australia, I would have distributed that over a number of airlines and reinforced the local product. Rather, and a lot of those operators, like Sharp, we've been in the business 20, 30, 40 years. Link Airways in Canberra is a classic example. They operate a Saab fleet. I know personally. I spoke to the directors and the CEO there. They couldn't get a meeting with the minister. I can't work it out, to be honest with you.
So do you know of anyone other than this overseas investment organisation that has been able to get a meeting with the minister to actually deal with the regional aviation crisis?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Now, the minister only lives, an hour and a half from Hamilton?
Yep.
She's almost your local member.
Well, I've got to admit something. I now live in Melbourne, so...
She's closer.
Yeah, which is even closer. Thank you.
Right. So what would have you proposed to the minister, and without breaching, obviously, commercial in confidence, what would have regional operators nationally proposed to the minister as a solution?
Well, we had
Had you had the opportunity?
Yeah, if we had the opportunity, we would have provided a national solution. I mean, there was 3 operators in Western Australia. There was one other operator in South Australia. There were, I think, 2 in Queensland. There was 2 to share New South Wales and Victoria. And, of course, we operate primarily in Victoria and Tasmania. So there were a number of solutions. We did put that broad list of operators together that had the capacity. We felt, of course, we'd need time to step up, develop the infrastructure further from our own fleets, but we really felt that we were in the best position to be able to provide that support to regional Australia.
So when you say time, because it has been a long time since Rex was actually put into administration to finalising a solution, would that have been enough time? What has it been, 2 years?
Yeah, that's right. Oh, yes, we were talking perhaps 6 months.
Right, thank you. Because when everyone said, they wouldn't have got organised, you only needed 6 months.
Yeah, we had, Senator, we already had the approvals, we had the fleets. The fleet really just needed to be expanded. Their aircraft are lease. There's an equivalent Saab aircraft lease from overseas. We could have taken on some of the Rex fleet as well.
So 6 months to solve that. And that includes the regulated routes?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, we already held the approvals, of course. It was just a matter of conducting the risk assessment to expand our network, as CASA would have requested us to do. So.
And do you think the government's decision to go with an overseas provider actually will restrict domestic aviation providers from growth opportunities?
Yeah, absolutely. It's certainly... as I mentioned in my opening, we've certainly struggled on the route post-COVID, on our routes here, which particularly our route out of Launceston through Burnie here to King Island and King Island to Melbourne. You know, we've struggled against an operator that, for all intensive purposes, we thought we had a level playing field. We thought that, you know, this is just normal business. But obviously, to find out that this business just goes, you know, you compete at a business level, and then the business falls over, and you think, wow, you know, that's okay. We've survived. We're still here. We've done the hard yards. Then they turn around, and even the minister said, you know, we feel sorry for King Island. There's only one airline there. There's actually three, because there's King Island Airlines that operates out of Moorabbin. So you can see how unlevel it was. We weren't even in their thoughts. So.
Well, it actually shows the incompetence of the Minister, Mr Sharp. You've been very kind, that she is actually the Minister for Transport and doesn't know that there are 3 separate aviation companies servicing King Island. That is the reality, Senator. Nice defence, but you're defending the indefensible at this stage. When we hear from the Minister previously, the State Minister, about wanting a long-term strategy, and I note that in your opening remarks you talk about this being a global issue about sustainability of regional communities. We are a wide brown land with very small populations, sparsely populated in distance. I fail to see, we don't have the train networks of other nations. I fail to see how our country grows and prospers, and equity is actually delivered to the regions without sustainable aviation services. Do you have any recommendations for us as a committee on what we could actually suggest to government and to the Senate, that something, I mean, you can take that on notice and give it to me in writing, but given your experience, I'm sure you'll just be able to.
Yeah, we'll be making our submission at Sharp Airlines, and I know the Regional Aviation Association of Australia will be making its submission as well by the end of the week. So we've certainly got a number of recommendations, most which were summarised in my introduction, but there's certainly there needs to be a national approach to this rather than a state by state, and that needs to consider that access. You know, island communities are, you know, we obviously can't build a train line or a road, so you know that they do require this service. And the Tasmanian government has been very good, but I was questioned on Friday from the Tasmanian government as to, well, we're not here to support businesses, and I said, well, you're not supporting a business, you're actually supporting a community, and that's a big difference.
I think one of the most unusual developments of the government's protracted Rex admin saga was when the Labor government announced it had paid $50 million to buy out the debt of the foreign owner who was ultimately responsible for the airline's collapse. Can I ask, what did you feel at the time of that announcement? Know that other creditors, innocent creditors who were out of pocket, victims of the collapse, were not paid out.
Look, I won't comment on that. I don't. I really not. I don't have the knowledge to perhaps comment on that as to exactly why the government made that decision. I did find it perplexing, but that's probably all I can say at this stage.
Well, you're the one that gets saddled with the increased landing charges.
Yeah, well, look, that
from some of these creditors who were local councils.
Correct. I think that you're right. And just so the record, the federal government did stand up and pay the airports out, because we actually did put that point out, that we were very worried the next thing we were going to see, because we're the only other there's 2 other airlines at King Island, and we thought, you know what's going to happen?
Yep.
And no disrespect to the King Island Council, they're going to say, guess what? We've got a funding shortfall. And, of course, your fees are going to go up 25% next year, and we knew that would be to cover the Rex debt. So we were thankful that the federal government did pay out the regional airports for their overdue fees. But it still makes it hard to swallow, because we've collected those fees and paid them legitimately over many years. We could have been getting away with the same thing and got the government to write a cheque out for us, which would have been fantastic. So, anyway.
I'll have a lot more questions on notice, but thank you for your advocacy on behalf of regional aviation.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Whish-Wilson.
You mentioned the state government has been providing support towards a number of low volume but essential routes since May 2025. Can you briefly outline that support?
Yeah, thanks, Senator Whish-Wilson. So we, as you said, we've worked with the Tasmanian government since May 2025 on some short-term funding. It's come in 2 6-month tranches so far. The government funding, the first 6 months and the current 6 months that we're under, which runs out on the 30th of April, has been for Services ex Launceston about a total of $1.1 million. And in the last 6 months, including where we're at the moment, we received about $225,000 to keep Melbourne King services going.
Right.
That funding does end on the 30th of April. And as Minister Vincent alluded to earlier, we've been meeting with them as recently as last Friday to talk about what proposed solutions there is going forward.
Yeah, you've talked about your fleet challenges in your submission. Your maintenance costs are increasing well above CPI. Parts availability is decreasing and becoming increasingly expensive, and there's a whole number of things there. I was just interested whether these services have been economically viable previously.
Pre-COVID, they were the Melbourne King Island. They were
pre-COVID.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess to give you an indication, Senator, with regards to the quantum of those cost increases, in the last 5 years, the labour costs associated with maintenance organisations has gone up 50%. The cost of maintaining our fleet's gone up by just over 100% in 5 years, and the costs of components and other things post-COVID has gone up in some instances over 500% in 5 years. And when you've only got 19 seats to amortise those operating costs over, and sometimes you're only flying one service a day, it's really, really difficult. Well, it's impossible to price yourself into making it commercially viable. Hence the work that we've done, and very grateful for the Department of State Growth and Minister Vincent and his team. But they've realised that these services are essential, and without funding support, they will continue to contract. And I think it was referenced earlier, the newspaper articles about Sharp pulling out of Melbourne King Island. The reality for Melbourne King Island is without funding support, we've lost a considerable amount of money over a long period of time, and it's not sustainable without some form of support. Now that's short-term sugar fix type stuff.
A rough quantum on what that might be going forward.
For Melbourne King, for example, Melbourne King, what we've proposed for the winter period is about $170,000.
Okay.
And then for the following summer, 6 months, would probably be around the $400,000 mark to keep it going with a minimal schedule. That's winter's 2 services a week, and then our peak summer schedule would only be 5 services a week, with that kind of, I guess, shortfall between operating costs and estimated passenger revenues. We've done a lot of work in the last 12 months with the Tasmanian government support in matching our schedule to passenger demand, and our load factors have increased in some instances by up to 20%. But even with a load factor in the low 80 percentile, the services still require funding support.
Okay. It was pointed out to us by an earlier witness that the situation in King Island has been complicated by the fact that there are a number of smaller private operators operating out of Essendon Airport now, servicing, I suppose, the golf courses. Is that a big part of the issue here?
Yeah, definitely.
That is part of the problem. Typically, what's been done in the past is where support is supplied on these services, it tends to then regulate the service. So therefore other operators can't operate. So if you like, we a number of years ago ran under a monopolised service. They called it a monopolised service in South Australia to Port Augusta. And that meant that we were the only operator, but our fares had to be controlled by the state government. So that would be, we would suggest that if funding comes forward, like they do with the EAS in America, that there's some regulation on the route as far as operators, because there's some bottom feeders out there, if you want to call it that. I'm not saying they're bad operators, but I'm saying they operate under a different regulatory structure too.
Yeah, I see.
We operate under the same regulations as Qantas. So we are a Part 121 airline. We've got the same air operator certificate as Qantas. But charter operators operate under Part 135, which is a lower level of operational compliance.
Hence lower costs, presumably.
Correct.
Right, okay. which squeezes you guys. Yeah.
And sorry, also, Senator, they also operate. We operate to the community 365 days a year. They operate through peak golf seasons.
Yeah.
So they tend to take our peak and put it on charter aircraft. Don't sort of, don't look out for them in the winter. They won't be there. So, we're supplying service 24/7, 365. So
I think I'd rather fly with you with your experience. Two attempts at the runway the other day. I've had a couple on King Island myself.
That was last night.
It's pretty scary.
Passed anyway.
It usually means Martha Lavinia's breaking at the top of the island when that kind of weather comes in. So
yeah,
it was a good time to go.
All right.
So just you mentioned in your Sharp Airlines has moved into providing tourism packages. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Tourism packages?
Yeah.
No, I'm from a tourism background, but. Sorry, Senator, I'll hand over to you. We do offer.
We actually, I guess...
For a number of years.
For many years, we do have a holiday package business. One of the things I'm really proud about with Sharp Airlines is that we do actually engage with the communities that we serve. We've got a great relationship with both King Island and Flinders Island councils, who have been good advocates and supporters of ours, and our holiday business contributes about $300,000 a year to local tourism operators, etc. So our competitors tend to just fly in and fly out. On King West, we are very much a community-based airline. So we do feel the obligation to continue to serve those communities very strongly, and that's why it's a very difficult position for us to reduce services down, knowing the impact that has on the local economies as well. But it has to be viable for us, and that's hence the support from the Tassie government.
Yep. In your submission, you say, we ask that the federal government engages with regional operators to take an industry-based approach in supporting regional aviation. I presume you're talking there about your proposal for a Regional Aviation Association of Australia's proposal for a Regional Aviation Investment Fund?
Yeah, that's correct, Senator.
Okay.
Supporting the RAA's proposal for an industry fund to help operators with capital to refleet to more fuel efficient and lower operating cost aircraft.
And you'd envisage that as a public-private partnership kind of arrangement, or would you do you see the role for the Commonwealth as?
Well, I think the RAA's proposal is, it seems everyone wants to dip into the PMC fund at the moment, including the security levy as well, but the proposal is for it to come from the passenger movement charge fund, which is $1.3 billion per annum.
You could dip into the other PMC, the Prime Minister and Cabinet. Get it straight from the top. Isn't that how it works, Senator De Liga? The Prime Minister makes the decision.
As long as we get aeroplanes, Senator.
Well, Albo loves an airline, unfortunately. It's not Sharp.
So I must admit, until you mentioned it in your opening statement, I wasn't aware that there was an essential. Did you say Essential Air Services Act?
In America, they have an Essential Air Services fund, yeah.
A fund.
Yeah, and basically, there's two or three different ways you can access that. But let's say it's an existing business; they have to re-tender every 2 years. It's a little bit like our RAS scheme here in Australia. So there is a regional, or obviously a remote area subsidy scheme, but we don't qualify for that because it's an existing air service. So the RAS doesn't really fit to our proponents, but potentially, yeah.
Yeah, see, that's the remote air services subsidy scheme you're talking about there. Okay. Have you come close to? You're not eligible for that until you go into bankruptcy, right?
Pretty much. Yeah.
Pretty much, or is that?
Yeah, it's like.
Are you still able to apply for that?
It feels, if I can put it this way, it feels like in Australia that if you're a regional airline, you've sort of got to be on the edge of the cliff. I think someone mentioned it before, and as you're about to fall off, someone will throw you the parachute, and you sort of unwrap it on the way down and hope you get a good landing at the bottom. So. No, so we're not really we're not able to access that to our knowledge. We have certainly not an option that's been put on the table for us.
Yeah, my understanding of the RAS is that an air route can't have more than a weekly scheduled service and once a week. So obviously we already have a scheduled service out of here, 9 services a week through to King. So.
Are you aware of anyone recently? Did Rex access that at all?
No.
Did they go through obviously went through a separate funding arrangement, rescue package?
No, Senator, again, I don't believe that. It was purely just a separate arrangement.
Are you aware of anyone who's accessed the RAS
There are current RAS contracts, but they're typically, there is one here in Tasmania.
Right.
It supports a service between Launceston and Cape Barren Island. But that's the only one in this part of the country. The rest are in the north of Australia.
Okay. So if we were to get a uniform national levy for security services and an essential kind of air services investment fund, would you see the RAS as staying in place, or do you think it wouldn't be needed?
Well, Senator, I think we're all about trying to reduce the bureaucracy. I think it'd be great if that could be combined, because certainly there's a common interest. We're trying to service regional remote communities. So I don't see any difference. I don't think you need to call it perhaps anything different. It could be all combined under the one structure. It would be my thing. I do know companies, and we do have members in our association that do a lot of the RAS flying, and there are some structural issues with that as well. This is not for this forum, but yeah, certainly I believe that the government of the day could do more to support regional under the RAS or expanded RAS or a RAF as we've called it.
Yeah.
I want a few more acronyms.
A RAF, did you say?
Yeah, RAIF.
Oh, I thought
Regional Aviation.
No, double AF. That's another option, I suppose. We all had to use the RAF during COVID.
Yeah.
MPs. Okay. Well, yeah. Thank you. I think the word, the two words essential service are really important here. When you're dealing with islands off islands, really is we really are talking essential services.
Yeah, I guess to further that, Senator, probably about 20%, 25% of our passenger travel is associated with the PTAS scheme that the Tasmanian government has, so Patient Transport Assistance Scheme.
Yep.
So yeah, it really is an essential service. Bringing food on and off the islands and bringing people off for medical appointments on mainland Tasmania is a big part of between the islands and Launceston that we operate. So.
Just a matter of interest, who does kind of like air, what's trying to think of the right word for it, air search services for Bass Strait and off the east coast of Tasmania? Who provides?
AMSA.
West Australia Coast Guard and all sorts of different.
Yeah. There's a contract with a company called Leidos that operate a search and rescue jet. They have a number of them around Australia, and they would do that Bass Strait emergency. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, yeah. I'm just thinking what other things you might be able to get into to diversify. That there might be funding pools available for, but I suppose you need a certain.
No, that's dedicated, highly trained people who drop supplies and rafts out the back of aeroplanes to people that are stranded. Yeah, that's a very specialised field.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Senator.
Thanks very much, and thanks for coming along today, and also thanks very much for servicing King Island and Flinders Island. It is very much your service is the highway for our two little islands to be able to connect to Tasmania. So I do thank you for that. When it comes to King Island residents coming to Tasmania, at the moment they can only access a fully flexible fare, which is, cover a return fare. There's not much change for $600 to Burnie, and to Lonnie, not much charge of $800. How come you've only got that flexible fare as an option for those flights?
Well, traditionally we've only ever really had probably a single-tiered fare structure, and we do try and keep those fares as low as we possibly can. We've recently changed our fare structure on the Flinders Island route, and to be honest, our flexible fare became the discounted fare, and the fully flexible fare actually had an increase on it. If I look at that fully flexible fare you mentioned, Senator, from Burnie to King's $285 one way. Rex's discounted fare is about $279, and their fully flexible is about $389 on top of that. So we do try and keep them as low as we possibly can. Yeah. But as I said earlier, with the operating costs that we have and the fare structure that we have, if we were to charge what it actually costs to operate it, it would be too cost prohibitive. So we try and keep them, and have always kept them as low as we possibly can.
And obviously, I was over there last week, and people were saying, obviously, I understand you've gone through a lot of the cost increases, but pre-COVID, $99 fares between King Island and Tasmania. Obviously, that would be completely uneconomical.
We have historically run pop-up sales type things, so where we'll just look at you know, how many seats are available at short notice, and we will occasionally still run pop-up fares to try and at least get some form of revenue if there are empty seats. Yes. What we've done in working with the Tasmanian government, as I mentioned earlier, is we've matched our capacity to historical passenger numbers, so our load factors are actually quite high. So we actually don't have a lot of spare seats these days, which is a great problem to have. As the airline, it can create an issue if we were to reduce our schedule any further. We just wouldn't be providing a viable service for people on the island. So we sort of have to, you know, keep it as it currently stands, but we still do occasionally have pop-up sales for short notice seats. So,
and how much have the services been wound back since COVID between Tasmania and King Island, for example?
Between Tasmania and King Island,
well, it's probably, Senator, probably not to answer that. We've had to wind down our services to match the funding that's available from the Tasmanian government, because they want us to increase our load factor. Which was, you know, right thing to do, but we now are not. We're only operating how many services? 9 services. So we used to operate 12. And I suppose if I can just read something out I received from a customer to give you an idea of the. So I don't know why, but my you can find my phone number on the web. So when I'm there engaged,
a smaller airline business, you know,
just ring the CEO.
Call Vanessa Hudson,
and I'm there engaged with the communities we fly into, and you know, I just spent last week hiking in Flinders Island, for example, and I love it down here. You know, it's great. And it says, "Hello, Malcolm. Trust you well. I've had to come to Launceston from King Island for medical assistance. I got this at 3:30 on Saturday." But instead of staying for 2 nights, I had to stay for 6 nights due to no available seats on your aircraft. To add insult to injury, you charged me $84 for excess luggage. I'll wear that one. And had to sit in a waiting room full of blowflies. Given the circumstances, among many others involving costs, it's not much wonder islanders are leaving King Island, as we will do, and tourist numbers are down. And more importantly, this trip was for medical purposes, not a holiday. My career, my lost wages due to expanded times here, something islanders need to consider. And when are you going to do something about the lack of services to the island?
Yeah.
So
I heard very similar stories last week as well.
Yeah, and that's the problem. We've wound from 12 to 9. We're now getting some critical gaps in coverage, and people really, as you said, through the health scheme in Tasmania, can only access that health care in Tasmania. You know, you could throw that over to the RFES, but that's not going to work either. So, you know, the funding, it's a matter of where that funding goes. So, sorry, just thought it was a great.
No. That's really that's real world stuff, and I love the fact that a customer can just look you up and send that to you as well. That's going above and beyond, mate. But yeah, when it comes to, I guess, the essential service between Tasmania and the islands. In Western Australia and Queensland, the state government subsidises for eligible passengers travel. Do you think a state subsidy that the Tasmanian government should be providing a subsidy for travel so people can get off and onto King Island easier?
So you mean the zone cap?
Yes, yeah, like
where they've capped the airfares.
Yes.
Well, I guess, in essence, the Tasmanian government, in a way, has been subsidising the services because they're supporting them at the moment and have done for the last 12 months. Now, that's making sure that we are able to continue operating. That doesn't obviously cap airfares, etc., etc.
Because people, obviously, there is that huge financial burden when it's as much as people being able to with even for medical appointments, whether or not it's for fly in, fly out for work and everything like that, it's really affecting cost of living for people on the island.
It does.
Like as I said, not much change from $800 from Lonnie, and not much change from 6 for, and people on King Island are just saying, bugging me dead. Why are people going to come here with these fares when they can go to Bali or they can go to, you know?
It's a really good point, Senator, and I think that's across regional aviation. Obviously, it's not isolated to Sharp Airlines and the Bass Strait Islands, is that regional airfares are by nature disproportionately high compared to, as you said, you can jump on a sail and buy a Jetstar ticket to Bali for $150, but it costs you $300 to fly to King Island.
But you end up
I know I'd be
having
going to King Island.
Qantas competing in many of these routes, obviously not this one, but right across the country, driving the competition out of town and then jacking up prices. That's our last inquiry in this committee found that exact situation.
People at the island last week where I say to me, do you reckon you can get Qantas to come and fly? I said, mate, we can't even get Qantas to service the Devonport and Burnie, let alone turn up from King Island. But there's definitely some issues. So that's not the silver bullet. Unfortunately, is wishing for Qantas. How do you feel like when the issue we're having where people are having to stay and there's huge expenses sometimes on Tasmania, when they come for medical appointments, what could be done to try and minimise this?
Well, as we said, Senator, I believe that it needs a national approach. We need, we're not asking for any new taxes. All we're asking for is, and I think the CEO at Launceston Airport mentioned that there is a fund already there. The money goes into it, $1.3 or $4 billion. Most of that goes into general revenue. So there's already a fund there. If you could redirect that fund towards regional and remote communities, I don't know the numbers, but I'm sure that would go a long way towards closing the gap. The other thing is, we could bring in a brand new aircraft, service 2 aircraft into Tasmania and service the route structure right through Melbourne with 2 brand new aircraft. The problem is it's nearly a $30 million investment for us. We could do that if we had an interest-free loan. It would actually be viable with an interest-free loan because new aircraft, I've been to Wichita, seen the Cessna factory, seen the aircraft coming off the production line. Brand new 19-seat regional aircraft. With all the bells and whistles, full glass cockpit, everything, and it's all yours for $8 or $9 million US. But if we could get some interest-free funding for assets like that, then potentially that'll bring in new aircraft. It'll reduce costs because these aircraft need servicing every 800 hours. Our aircraft need servicing every 75 hours, and I say this, we've got a legacy airframe. So our costs are also rising because we're needing to do more and more maintenance.
Yes, of course, yeah. And you were saying you meet regularly with the Tasmanian government. Was there any, did you speak to them about potentially a loan as well?
I think they said to speak to the federal government.
I assume they would, but obviously Tasmania, the Tasmanian...
You should have run for the upper house in the Tasmanian Parliament.
The Tasmanian government, one might say, has an obligation to ensure travel between the Tasmanian territories as well.
You're talking about a passenger equalisation scheme.
But also Tasmania does receive for every dollar they spend 67 cents of the dollar Commonwealth funding as well.
Maybe, Senator, only if they when they could set themselves up to succeed and we could get the $3 million for the international travel between Australia and Tasmania.
There you go. There you go.
I'd rethink those succession plans.
He's nearly talked himself out of a job.
Not WA.
He's certainly talked himself out of the call.
No, look, but on a serious note, thank you for the service that you are providing.
Thank
you are a lifeline to the people on those islands, and we may banter some politics here, but at the end of the day, what we want is for people in regional and remote areas to have fair access to affordable travel, and we shouldn't even just be talking about bloody essential services. People should be entitled on the islands to actually think, I want to take the kids for a holiday and not have to spend, think about how many tens of thousands it might be just to leave King or Flinders Island if you've got 3 or 4 kids.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Senator.
Yep,
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thanks, gents. I will come back to you because I do know you have another supplementary question, but I just want to ask you a couple of, particularly on the fleet, and we've discussed this a few times today, about where that's at. You talk about the increasing costs of of what you've described as a legacy airframe, and that's an issue for a number of other providers as well. I mean, how do you build that replacement into a broader system, as we discussed with the Minister this morning about looking at this in a bigger picture sense as to how the whole thing works? When we've had conversations with communities, airport operators, now you as a service operator, everybody's looking to get their arm into the elbow in the bucket, but it needs something that looks at the broader discussion. So, I mean, where do you see the airframe thing? I mean, apart from a $9 million Cessna.
Well, there isn't any other solutions. I mean, we obviously invest in our fleet, but our cost of operation for a single airframe at the moment is approaching $1 million per annum, just to have that's just without even flying an hour. That's just to keep an aircraft rolling through maintenance on what we call a calendar maintenance program, which is over 12 months. So, you know, to be honest with you, the fleet replacement option for a brand new Cessna Sky Courier is actually quite attractive, and we can see it working with as I said, with interest only. With an interest-free loan and the dollar at around 75 cents, which we're starting to see some movement there. So there are solutions. It's just going to take. It's just going to take a bit of time and some energy to work through and find that solution.
In terms of your maintenance cost, does there become a tipping point in that?
Yeah, that's what we're saying. We're at that point now that if it was interest-free and the dollar's at 75 cents, we would be able to provide a brand new aircraft, at a lower cost than we can do now.
So that's an obvious consideration for you and the industry. Correct. Right now. Yeah, it's not a look down the track exercise, it's a right now exercise.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, they're on the production line.
What's the depreciation schedule on a new aircraft?
Well, I'm happy to take that on.
Yeah, take that on
notice. No, I presume it's 20%.
20% per annum.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Senator McKenzie.
Thank you so much. We had the aviation white paper process, which was everybody participated in with a lot of hope, which we got an ombudsman that we're not allowed to call an ombudsman, and I'm not sure, and a regional aviation funding program that doesn't go over the forward estimates. So that being as it may, and you've come forward with some incredible recommendations about essential services and charging across the network. I'm interested in the regulatory compliance burden of both CASA and Air Services Australia to the system as a whole. I see them, this committee has them in front of Senate estimates several times a year, and it's incredibly frustrating. I know it's not just general aviation that's frustrated with the lack of flexibility, the lack of sort of ability to recognise things have changed and not wind everybody up in so much tape that it's an unworkable and an unaffordable system. Do you have any sort of comments to make about Air Services Australia and CASA in their current forms? And you might want to take this away and have a think about it, but about changes that could be made to both those organisations to assist regional aviation.
I'm happy to make comment. I'm no relation to Rob Sharp, by the way, or John Sharp.
Noted.
But with Air Services Australia, there needs to be. I mean, we do need competition, I believe, in our airspace. The Air Services Australia, there's certainly parts of that are frustrating as an operator. I mean, we operate in and out of Perth Perth's a horribly complex airport to operate in. I think the slots by the end of this year, early next year, there'll be no slots left available. There's a whole lot of work we're doing up in the Pilbara area as an association with air services that, and CASA to try and find a solution up there. I think there's 8 or 9 new airports to go in up there. So we do find air services we do find them difficult to deal with, and we find their costs, for example, to land at Essendon Airport is 5 times more expensive air services than it is to land at Melbourne Airport. So that's something you could look at for regional Australia as well. So there's lots of issues there. As far as CASA goes, I'd have to say that over Pip Spence's reign, I've actually seen CASA move into a much better organisation than it used to be, and I think Pip's actually doing a very good job. And we've seen a lot more stability, but there is certainly service outcomes there that aren't meeting the industry's expectation. We do get delays in service delivery, and that's very frustrating for a number of operators that I know of. Yeah, so it's certainly something that needs further work in that area.
Just on notice, if you could give us some details around that, I'd like to add that to our report. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. So on those delays in service delivery, how do they manifest in terms of your service delivery?
It's from what I hear as chair of the association, it could be that operators apply for a variation of their operator's certificate to be able to conduct new business, to introduce a new aircraft, and most of our operators, being in the name, are regional. And it's regional aviation, just not regional airlines. We changed our name a long time ago now to reflect that there are charter operators in our business, in our association as well. But so it can take, that something like that with AI being able to assess a manual, it should take weeks or days or a week or 2, but it takes 6, 9, 12 months. So for an operator that's trying to generate change or bring new aircraft in, that can be a very frustrating process. So it's the time frames are just too long.
So practical limitations operationally that impact on the capacity to deliver a service. Full stop.
Yep, correct.
Richard, can I just ask a quick follow-up question? In terms of buying new aircraft that you can roll out at lower costs and help make the whole business model more sustainable, would like a greatly accelerated depreciation schedule help you at all, or are you too close at the margin for your profitability?
Yeah, look, any of those levers that government could pull would certainly help. Yeah, certainly help. I mean, obviously, from an accounting point of view, I'm not an accountant. I'm just a pilot. But from an accounting point of view, any mechanism that would help. Yeah.
Well, obviously, you've got to make a profit for it to kind of be useful.
Correct. So we've got to actually make the profit to get the depreciation accelerated.
That's right. Yes.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
So it's very hard when we're not making a profit in our airline operations. So.
All right. Okay.
So that's why interest would be our preferred leader.
Right.
Yeah.
You could do both. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, colleagues. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate your evidence. If you have any questions, you've taken notice. I think there are a couple. If we could have that information back by the 17th of March. Please.
Senator Corbett.
Thank you.
Can't they get off?
Our panel from King Island, led by the Mayor, Marcus Blackie, who are all joining us via teleconference. Thank you very much for your time today. On the table in front of us are the names of Mayor Marcus Blackie, Ms Serena Laidler, Mr Gregory Morris, Evelyn Carrow. Is that it?
Yes, Senator. Good afternoon. Yes, we're all of us huddled around the table here, and nice to be talking to you. Thank you.
G'day, Marcus. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided for you. For the Hansard record, could I ask you all to give your names and the capacity in which you're appearing today, please? Starting with you, Mayor.
Marcus Blackie, Mayor of King Island, Tasmania.
Serena Laidler, the Transport and Freight Group, the Subcommittee Council's Chair.
Greg Morris, Chair of the Chamber of Commerce Regional Development Organisation.
Evelyn Carroll, Coordinator, Kyoto and Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you. I'd like to invite you to make an opening statement. Do you have one opening statement or more than one, Mayor?
We'll probably have more than one if that's acceptable to you, Senator, but I can go first.
You can go first. Thank you.
Thank you. As Mayor of King Island, Tasmania, thanks very much for the opportunity to give evidence to your committee this afternoon. We did want to be there today in person. However, irony of ironies, we couldn't get a flight over this morning. And of course, we again invite you as a committee to visit us here on King Island down the track if you're able to. Thanks for that consideration. King Island is cool climate, grass-fed country heaven, and aviation is our highway number one. It is the only way passengers can come and go from King Island, and we also rely heavily on aviation for air freight, the mail, newspapers, courier items, urgent spare parts, perishable foods, pathology, aeromedical evacuation, and patient travel back into our state health system. Everything that is currently wrong with regional aviation in Australia is evidenced and illustrated here on a daily basis. Here in the middle of Bass Strait, we're only 250 kilometres from Melbourne, 35 minutes flight time away, yet RPP services remain suboptimal and seasonal, and airfares are now the most expensive they have ever been. Prior to COVID, most King Island airfares were about $99 each way, which precipitated population growth, large development investment, and a golfing tourist boom. Airfares have since not come back down after COVID, and flight schedule tempo has not fully returned after COVID either, maybe back to about 2/3 of the previous tempo at the moment. All flight connections into and out of King Island are very clunky. For the record, these are a list of the current airfares. I looked these up last Wednesday with a view to travel this week. Regional Express, King Island to Melbourne, $229 one way, $458 return. Sharp Airlines, King Island to Wynyard, $285 one way, $570 return. Sharp Airlines, King Island to Launceston, $375 one way, $742 return. And King Island Airlines, King Island to Moorabbin, $240 one way and a discounted $416 return. All of these fares are then plus booking fees and credit card surcharges, of course. These current high airfares have reduced all of our travel and visitation, as well as impacting costs of living here. Another example is 2 litres of fresh milk in our supermarkets currently costs $9 because it needs to come in by air freight, and we receive no air freight equalisation across Bass Strait. The story gets even better, Senators. As a council, we are the third smallest council in Tasmania of 29. We 100% own and operate our own airport. Despite the challenges, our airport is our most critical property asset and is a 7-day-a-week operation. Several days of a normal week, King Island Airport is the second busiest airport in Tasmania. Yet in spite of all of that, our airport currently runs at a loss of $400,000 per year, which has to be covered by ratepayers, and we have a small rate base. Our council was never originally structured to own and operate a large airport. It was gifted to us, or else, in 1992, when the federal government divested itself of most Australian airports. Upgrades of our airport terminal delivered about 10 years ago is the only thing our council is still in debt for at the moment. For all of these reasons, we have recently drafted a community service obligation business plan for our airport we are attempting to have funded by the federal and or state government into the future. We're currently not required to provide passenger security screening, but if we had to, it would cost our airport a minimum of $1 million a year additional operating costs. Any future government policy or support aimed at maintaining regional air routes must now not only guarantee the services but also subsidise and reduce airfares to drive demand and increase load factors. There is no point having regional flights flown if they are too expensive to travel on. That is a lose-lose proposition. All we want and all we are requesting is the long-promised national highway to be properly established across Bass Strait and long overdue air freight equalisation and airfare subsidisation to be applied as and if required. The holy grail, of course, is for airlines to require no funding or no subsidies and be profitable flying our routes, which they have been up until the very recent past. Just a note regarding passenger security. Passengers can now show up to an airport having checked in with a QR code on their mobile phone. There is no identification checks at all at the airport, but we're still being frisked for silly toiletries by very expensive security apparatus. That all just seems very unbalanced. Despite the challenges of regional despite the challenges of our regional isolation, our King Island economy punches well above its weight, and our brand is a legendary household name. Any regional aviation support, equalisation or subsidisation provided to us will be returned to the Australian economy and the taxpayer many times over. Thank you for your consideration, Senators, and I'll now hand over.
It's Serena Laidler here, talking on behalf of the Transport and Freight Group. So our group has 37 customer stakeholders engaged. King Island businesses face aviation and freight costs that are unavoidable and structurally higher than those faced by our mainland operators. For example, our local nursery in florists gets approximately 98% of its stock via air freight from Tasmanian suppliers. Air freight adds approximately $8 per pot plant before retail sales. King Island Seafood processes around 20% of Tasmanian rock lobster total allowable catch, as well as giant crab and abalone. Over 220 tonnes of seafood annually must be transported by air to meet food safety and market access requirements. A King Island news agency and Curry Post Office sources stationery, newspapers and retail goods from Tasmania and Victoria, with freight costs now reaching approximately $8 a kilo. Increased freight costs are eroding margins and driving customers towards online competitors. Reduced flight frequency and delayed deliveries have resulted in newspaper revenue losses of approximately $2,000 a month for our news agency. Our King Island multi-species abattoirs, a critical island infrastructure, relies on air freight at this point in time to get their product to market, and has limited access to freight equalisation subsidies. So leaving them bearing quite significant costs. We talk about reliable aviation and freight services as being essential for business continuity on King Island. Limited flight frequency and Bass Strait weather variability increases the risk of delays and cancellation across multiple sectors. Businesses rely on timely access to parts, products and specialist personnel. For example, our nursery and florist disruptions can lead to stock losses, loss of perishable goods and reduced product availability. The same goes for our King Island Seafoods and our multi-species abattoirs and our dairies, where flight delays compromise our product delivery schedules, increase labour costs, create spoilage risks and directly impacts our income and our brand reputation. We rely strongly on our brand reputation to maintain any margins of profitability on King Island. We've had international golfers coming, travelling and often having to travelling to and from King Island occasionally, but they've had to leave their golf clubs behind. Our Festival of King Island, a major event on our local and tourism calendar, ended up chartering 2 planes at a cost of $20,000 to bring performers in, with flights booked out over that weekend and no hope of extra flights. Our island has an ageing demographic with multiple comorbidities, with patients required to travel for medical tests and treatment. Our residents, young and old, are often stranded for several days or are unable to access timely treatment due to their inability to access flights. We are all would be well aware of the impact that living in a rural and remote area has on health and well-being. We also noted the ageing infrastructure, and I think Sharp has covered that quite well. But all the above impact our tourism industry, which is one of our significant growth markets. Aviation affordability on King Island must be assessed in the absence of transport alternatives. Businesses cannot shift freight to lower cost modes. High aviation costs compress margins, increase prices for local consumers, and limit our business growth and employment opportunities. Increasing our population and our economy is a prime thing that we need to achieve on King Island to make our living here viable and sustainable. For retail businesses such as the news agency, unreliable and expensive freight has reduced customer confidence and increased community frustration, particularly among our older residents. For export-focused businesses such as King Island Seafoods and the multi-species abattoirs, affordability pressures reduce competitiveness and undermine the ability to maintain premium product positioning. King Island businesses contribute, as the Mayor has said, significantly to Tasmania's economy, and aviation is an enabling infrastructure. Reliable freight is essential to maintain product quality, brand reputation and export market access. Flight availability also directly affects workforce participation. With limited flight access can require staff to take additional leave for medical appointments or travel, disrupting business operations and increasing staff pressures. Our G6 metals, a critical mineral, mine relies on fly-in, fly-out workers for its operations. So current aviation freight policy settings do not adequately reflect the realities faced by King Island businesses and the community. They are largely designed for mainland logistics where transport choices exist. Air freight, despite being the only viable option, is not considered consistently recognised as essential infrastructure for island businesses, and eligibility rules exclude significant volumes of unavoidable aviation freight. Simplified and broadened implementation of the freight equalisation scheme is required to reflect the operational realities of island economies. The viability of our airport is fundamental to our community. The airport supports freight, workforce access, medical retrievals and emergency response. It, as the Mayor has said, operates with an operational deficit. So we support a CSO for King Island Airport, which would stabilise aviation services relied upon by businesses, maintain safety and regulatory compliance, protect freight reliability and economic activity, and provide certainty for airlines and investors. The key decisions that we are keen to see are that aviation is recognised as an essential business infrastructure for remote islands, that the inquiry outcomes differentiate island aviation from mainland regional services, that we align freight and aviation support mechanisms with total dependence on air transport, and that we support the CSO arrangements where structural deficits directly affect business access. The experiences of our nursery, the King Island Seafood, the King Island News Agency, multi-species abattoirs, etc., they demonstrate that aviation and freight services are fundamental to the operation, growth and sustainability of King Island businesses. It also significantly impacts our residents and families who we need to maintain our population and services. If the inquiry outcomes that fail to address aviation cost, reliability and policy misalignment risk undermining not only local businesses but the Tasmania's broader regional economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Laidler. Mr. Morris.
Yeah, I just want to cover, seeing so much has been covered already, just basically why we feel it's a critical service obligation. Now, there's no alternative passenger service. We also noted that the cost impact for the passenger, capital to capital, is minimal compared to what is happening in rural Australia. And those people have 4 other options to get between capital to capital. You know, get a bus, a train, drive themselves. Now, there's quite a lot of subsidies that are being made available by state and federal towards metro rail and upgrades, bus services in metropolitan and sometimes regional areas. They're all supported by state and federal. Now, we've got an airline that you can't really claim damages to roadways when it's flying through the air. There's no real damage and cost in that leg. So we need to be looking more at making sure the facilities and money that are saved by people not driving go towards the airports on each end. The other area of issue that I'm concerned about is the age of the aircraft. You can't keep kicking the can down the road. If for some reason either the airlines that are Sharp or Wex are currently flying, for some reason, either of those airlines could be grounded Australia or internationally wide. And suddenly we're very vulnerable to having no service at all. And when you look at our passenger transport system for patients, that risk is too high for an isolated community like us. So we do urge you to take on board what the cost is now and potentially could be in the future if we keep kicking the can down the road. Thank you.
Mrs. Carrow.
Thank you.
Please, so that Hansard can hear you.
Sorry. Thank you. So King Island is not a typical regional community. We are entirely dependent on aviation. We have no road or rail connections and no alternative transport linked to mainland Tasmania or Victoria. For us, aviation is not a convenience, it is essential infrastructure. Our economy is built on premium, time-sensitive primary production. Our beef, dairy, specialty cheeses, and seafood industries, as mentioned, operate in high-value export markets and depend on strict cold chain logistics and rapid transit. A delay of 24 to 72 hours does not mean inconvenience. It means spoilage, product downgrades, contract breaches, livestock welfare risks, missed processing schedules, and immediate financial loss. For seafood producers, delays can mean mortality of live products and permanent damage to international trade relations. For our primary industries, aviation is not simply transport. It is an extension of the production process. King Island, of its registered residents, according to population in 2021, 302 are registered businesses, which comprises 20% of the population itself. Around 54% of it is operating in agriculture, forestry, and fishing. And of that, almost 50% of residents are aged 50. So inbound freight is equally critical. Fresh food, short shelf life dairy products, pharmaceuticals, and urgent medical supplies all rely on reliable air services. When flights are reduced or cancelled, retail shelves are empty, prices rise, hospitality standards decline, and our tourism reputation suffers. Specialists, experts, consultants' delays impact main industry, especially our live industry product, the beef industry product. We are also an aging community with nearly half our residents over 50. Access to specialist medical services in Tasmania and Victoria depends entirely on aviation. Reduced connectivity directly affects health outcomes. Beyond economics and health, aviation reliability determines whether families remain, whether skilled workers relocate, and whether businesses invest. Connectivity defines livability. Reduced services accelerate population decline and economic contraction. King Island meets every reasonable criterion for strengthened community service obligation and recognition. We are not seeking preferential treatment. We are seeking equitable treatment. Aviation to King Island must be recognized as essential infrastructure, not merely a commercial route, assessed solely on market viability. So we respectfully urge the committee to recommend strengthened CSO arrangements, guaranteed minimum service levels, protection of freight capacity, and long-term aviation certainty. For King Island, aviation is the foundation of economic survival and social well-being. Thank you.
Just quickly, Mayor Blackie, what proportion of your council budget is going into supporting the airport?
Our council budget annually is about 12 million. We have a small rate base and we rely disproportionately upon federal assistance grants to cover all of our main overheads. So, that equates to 5 to 10% of our total budget at the moment, just on losses from our airport alone. So it's definitely of concern to us, and it's a situation that needs to change.
Okay. And what would your immediate infrastructure needs be for the airport?
Our main priority at the moment is to strengthen and expand apron parking space to allow more aircraft to be on the ground here, and ultimately to allow bigger and heavier aircraft to operate King Island. At the moment, our airport is kind of built around the Saab because of the legacy with Rex. That's the largest RPT aircraft that flies in on a daily basis here. We do have bigger aircraft that come in from time to time, often jets and other things can get in here, but they're charter or ad hoc. So we are looking towards the Q400 aircraft, to be the chariot or the vehicle of the future that eventually we think will become mainstream in King Island, and we need to do a fair bit of work on our airport complex to make sure it's ready for that. They're a 32-tonne aircraft versus about a 13.5-tonne Saab.
So do you have a number on that?
Currently, we reckon about 8 million.
Okay. Senator McKenzie.
Thank you so much. Mayor Blackie, thank you everyone for your evidence. I'll have some questions on notice, but I just wanted to understand what communication has the council had with the federal minister following the sale of Rex to Air T?
We haven't actually heard directly from the minister regarding once the transfer arrangements for Rex were sorted. We were creditors for the Rex, so we voted for their sale like all the other creditors were through Ernst & Young. So we're aware of what was happening with Rex. And we've only just last week re-established direct working communications with the new Rex management because obviously resetting our relationship and rekindling our working relationship with Rex is critical to us, and we're amongst the first councils that come to under new ownership. So we see that as a good omen.
Is there any concern for King Island that the sale of Rex to Air T could be a short-term solution?
Part of our discussions with Rex last week were talking about improving capacity here and creating efficiencies that might well deliver reduced airfares. So they've given us some very positive undertakings, but obviously the proof will be in the pudding. But we know that Rex have been profitable flying to King Island in the past, and we're very, very confident they can be profitable again in the future, and it can be mutually beneficial and win-win arrangements.
Have you been in contact with the Federal Minister regarding Council's capacity to pay for the necessary upgrades and ongoing operational costs for the airport, and what's been her response?
We haven't been in direct communications with the Federal Transport Minister just yet on our CSO. We only just produced that business plan a month or two ago, but we have given it to Anne Urquhart, obviously as our federal MP. We've just given it to Senator DeLega when he visited last week, and a few others. We are waiting for the right opportunity or a visit by the Federal Transport Minister to King Island to be able to really pitch that and plead our case.
I might have to raise her. All right. Thank you very much for your evidence. Thank you, Chair.
Senator DeLega.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks for appearing today. And it is a shame that we don't have you in person here, but obviously it is what it is, guys. And thanks for your amazing hospitality last week to meet with you and to talk firsthand in advance of this hearing. Just talking about all the prices and the pricing of things, like what about freight coming in and out of the island? I understand that Sharp used to operate freight in and out of King Island. Do you think the fact that Sharp aren't operating and providing the freight has impacted their profitability or their serviceability of the King Island routes?
Yeah, Senator, it's definitely affected their flight tempo here. One of the great versatilities of Sharp is that they fly passengers and cargo. And they've been a real development partner of ours for the past 35 years, and we certainly give them credit for that. They lost some air cargo contracts, including the mail, to another operator who undercut them. And since then, we've been receiving suboptimal service of delivery of those subsequent air freight contracts. We're hopeful that Sharp will win some or all of those back, but that's outside of our control. Because if that was to be the case, obviously that shores up Sharp's schedule and shores up their bottom line, and it could be win-win. But yeah, I think we're keen for Sharp to pick up and pick up more air cargo and win it back, and hopefully that will happen in the months ahead.
Let's hope if that's the case. And I also understand, is it correct that that residents on King Island can no longer access a Saturday paper, a physical Saturday paper?
Yeah, that's correct. It was it only happened a few years ago where we lost reliable Saturday air services, bring in the newspapers, and didn't we just take it for granted until suddenly it wasn't there anymore? And so Saturdays we can't get backloaded mail or newspapers anymore, and also the mail delivery at the moment to King Island, which is quite voluminous as you can imagine, is ad hoc and sporadic. They never seem to achieve delivery schedules to allow the postie to do their rounds, so to speak, here, onwards distribution on the island. Often there's a big backlog. We have concerns about safe custody of the mail, where it sits overnight, and who's looking after it. If it's not doesn't get here the day it's supposed to, all those sorts of things. We knew that Sharp had really good safe custody arrangements, given their massive base at the Launceston Airport. But we don't know that with the new operator, and we have our concerns. I wrote to Australia Post last year, and they have since taken steps to try and improve contract performance by their current air freight operator and tidy up security and other things. But it remains a work in progress, and we're still suffering underperformance.
Thank you. And either for yourself or for Ms. Laidler, what sort of work have you done, like with your community service obligation work? What's the service offering? What would it look like for King Island to thrive, and for residents to be able to access services on the mainland?
Yeah, essentially what we're asking for is for the deficit or the losses we currently make on our airport to be covered, plus a little bit, to allow us to continually improve the airport complex and develop it and grow it. We submitted it a while back to the State Treasury and the Treasurer, Minister Abetz, to be taken into consideration as part of the next state budget round and process. And obviously we are attempting to work it up at the moment through to the Federal Transport Minister for consideration at federal government level. We're not asking for a huge amount of money, but it's really just enough for us to be able to not have to transfer a loss-making airport across to ratepayers, to have that covered, to give us a little bit then for reinvestment and developing our airport complex. And then we can really focus our energies and efforts on going after the $8 million we'll need to really upgrade the airport complex and improve the runway for the future.
And how many flights, ideally, would you like to see Rex, Sharp or any other operator, how many flights would you like to see in and out every week?
Yeah, look, 2 to 3 a day. That's what it was prior to COVID. Those flights were full. The airport was very, very busy. Obviously, you know, they were well priced, and so they were very popular. There was most days of the week in late 2019, King Island Airport was the second busiest airport in the state. And in particular, Sunday afternoons, even now, even at the moment, Sunday afternoons at our airport, frankly, are like Heathrow. It's unbelievably busy.
And so can you just go through, for the sake of the committee, which services and which airlines are running? Like, obviously, Rex is still there. We've got Sharp. Who else have you got coming in and out?
Yeah, so we have Regional Express Airlines that operate a triangular service from Melbourne through Wynyard to King Island both ways, a milk run in both directions, which is suboptimal because Burnie passengers don't like going via King Island and vice versa, and also creates a dead leg in the middle, which is not really efficient. So we're hopeful that Sharp will be able to, Rex will be able to return to more frequent direct Melbourne to King Island return services and price them better. Sharp Airlines operate from Essendon Airport to King Island, and Sharp Airlines also go back through Wynyard back to Launceston. So in particular, Sharp, as I mentioned, they're versatile for passengers and cargo and freight for us, but passengers going back into the state medical system, probably the most frequent passengers at the moment going back into Burnie and Launceston. King Island Airlines, they operate Piper Navajo aircraft out of Moorabbin. They're stalwarts. They've been, again, development partners of ours for 30 plus years, chipping away. They provide a great service out of Moorabbin, but flying on those small aeroplanes across Bass Strait is not everyone's cup of tea. So generally only the brave fly them, or people who prefer to go to the other side of Melbourne and get off at Moorabbin where they can park their cars, etc. And they fly air freight and other things as well, so they're very useful to us. Southern Airlines, at the moment, they operate charters, they operate freight, they fly the mail and other things. And we have a range of, especially this time of the year, we have a range of charter operations that fly in all sorts of aircraft, from very, very high-end business jets to Fokker 70s, BA 146s, and all those sorts of things. So yeah, March is typically our busiest month of the calendar year at our airport, and we have the most aircraft movements and the most numbers pass through.
And given the importance of aviation, would you say the successful Rex acquisition was timely for your island and for your community?
Yes, and we're cautiously optimistic of Rex, renewing their great history and track record here. It obviously goes back to Kendall. Before they were Rex, we've actually got the Don Kendall Street on King Island. So that's how much of a relationship King Island has had with Kendall, and then Kendall becoming Rex Airlines in more recent times. We're cautiously optimistic under their new ownership that they might return to their former glory, but only time will tell.
And just finally, today I was asking some of the other witnesses about some of the other the state jurisdictions that offer targeted flight subsidies, such as in Western Australia and in Queensland. Have you had any discussions with the state government about targeted subsidised flights?
The state has recently been very generous to us with regards to their support for Sharp Airlines, guaranteeing Sharp Airlines continue their services to both King and Flinders Island. That has been for the company, obviously, to guarantee the services and thereby the capacity. But unfortunately, as much as we appreciate that state government support to keep Sharp flying here to here and Flinders, it guarantees the service perhaps, or a service frequency, but it hasn't reduced airfares. So the airfares are still unacceptably high, as I described before, and people just aren't flying, even though the services are being guaranteed by the state funding arrangement. So for that state funding arrangement to continue, we need to try and find a way to drive down airfare prices, which will in turn itself create and drive increased demand.
And so obviously competition will drive hopefully drive some lower fares. But also, do you think that targeted fare subsidies by the state government to try and cap for eligible travellers would work?
Yes, it'd certainly be worth a try. We'd like to see that, and we'd like to have a more detailed discussion on that. Absolutely, Senator.
All right. Thanks very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator De Luca. Just going to the funding scheme for the lost revenues from the liquidation of Rex, what proportion of what you've lost do you expect to recover?
We actually didn't fare too bad, Senator. When Rex went into receivership, they only owed us about $9,000, which is typically a monthly cycle of landing fees. Because they continued to fly and operate here to King Island, they continued to incur landing fees. They continued to pay on a monthly basis. So unlike other councils around the country, Rex didn't owe us a lot of money, and they continued to operate and pay their bills, and so I think we came out of it pretty well, all things considered.
But you will be making a submission to the fund to recover what you're down, I would have thought.
I'll have to check. As far as I'm aware, they're paid up to date. So and they continue to pay on a monthly basis, commensurate with their operations and their tempo. So, but I'll double check on that, Senator, and I can give you that one a notice if you like.
Okay, thanks very much, Mayor. You are very lucky if that's the case. What's your average passenger throughput per year? Or what have been your numbers over recent years?
Yeah, the airport manager will know that. I saw him walk past before. I'll give that to you on notice as well. Okay. It's 14,000, minimum of 14,000 a year throughput comes to mind, but I'll have to double check that.
If you could perhaps get us the numbers for the last 4 or 5 years, that would be useful for the work that the committee's doing. You've talked and had a conversation with Senator De Luca in respect of what you would see as a minimum service frequency between the island and mainland Tassie and Melbourne. What sort of freight capacity do you think that you might need? Now, I understand that may vary seasonally, but what sort of freight capacity do you think that you would need, given that's one of the recommendations you had in your submission?
Yeah, again, we'll have to check those figures, but it's a considerable amount. You know, on a daily basis, you have perishable foods coming in the mail if they're on time and on schedule, and a range of other things. I'll give that data to you with the other data, Senator, if acceptable to you.
Okay. I think that covers the last of my questions. So at that point, and surprisingly not very far over time, that concludes today's hearings. Thank you very much for the time. I have to say, Senator De Luca and I are very disappointed that we weren't able to come to you. That was what we would like to do. And we'll continue that conversation within the committee. But thanks for your time today. We appreciate your evidence. Sorry we didn't get to see you in person. That concludes today's hearings. Thanks to all the witnesses, and particularly to Secretariat and Broadcasting for their assistance today. The committee stands adjourned.